Welcome, everyone. My name is Eric Beerbaum. I teach at the Department of Government at Harvard University, and with my co-editor, Elizabeth Beaumont, we are delighted to help launch the 56th gathering of the American Society for Political and Legal Philosophy with a topic that feels more urgent by the day: civic education in polarized times. There are movements around the country, including in Rhode Island, to have students suing for the constitutional right to a civic education. There are battles about civic education more now than it feels like ever. So this feels like the right time to have this conversation. And before we introduce our first panel, I'm going to have Jim Fleming, the treasurer of the society, say a few words about its august history. Jim.
Okay. Thank you, Eric, and congratulations on putting together such a tremendous program. So I want to begin by welcoming you to our conference and saying a little bit about the society. The American Society for Political and Legal Philosophy is an interdisciplinary society, mostly of political scientists, philosophers, and legal scholars who are interested in political and legal philosophy, but our membership extends beyond that to include a number of other people who are interested in, for example, to name the topics of our last few conferences: civic education, polarized times, reconciliation and repair, and democratic failure. And I want to begin by mentioning that we're recording the proceedings, and I'll be distributing a link to the recordings as soon as we have it to everyone who has registered. And finally, I want to encourage you to join the society. At the bottom of the emails that I sent you, there's a link to enable you to join. And it's just $50 for regular members, $20 for students or emeritus. And if you join by November 1st, you'll get a copy of our recent volume, Democratic Failure, as well as our soon to be published volume on Truth and Evidence. Let me turn it over to Sarah Song from University of California, Berkeley, and both political science and law, who will be moderating the first panel.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. I'm Sarah Song. I'm a member of the Council of the American Society for Political and Legal Philosophy, and I teach at UC Berkeley, and I have the honor of chairing the first panel today. I want to introduce our panel members. The principal paper is by Shauna Schifrin. She is professor of philosophy and Pete Cameron professor of law and social justice at UCLA. And she is the author most recently of Democratic Law, based on her Berkeley Tanner lectures. The first commentator is Robert Tsai, who is professor of law at Boston University, and he is the author most recently of Practical Equality: Forging Justice in a Divided Nation. And our second commentator is Brandon Terry, professor of African and African American Studies and Social Studies at Harvard, and author of the forthcoming book, The Tragic Vision of the Civil Rights Movement, Political Theory and the Historical Imagination. So Shauna will take about 25 minutes to discuss her paper, and the commentators will take up to 12 minutes each. And then I'll hand it over to Eric Beerbaum and Elizabeth Beaumont to field questions. So if you have questions, you can type it in the Q&A. And our aim is to end at 10:30. Shauna, I turn it over to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Sarah. It's such an honor to be here, and I'm grateful to the audience for spending their Saturday on this topic, to the organizers of the conference, and I'm particularly honored to be on a panel with Brandon and Robert. So I'm going to deliver a short version of my paper. And I'll start. Substantive law is a neglected topic in civic education. To be sure, the Constitution is often an object of fixation in civic education, and it will feature in my discussion too. But though it's important, it's a small part of the law. Primarily, it directly regulates state actors, and that fact, along with the text-bound way it's often presented, can encourage a shallow and distant model of citizenship. This emphasis does not nurture the democratic attitude that the law is ours and our joint responsibility together to make it work. A more robust model of the democratic citizen and her duties would require a deeper exposure to a broader band of the substantive law, its purposes, and the associated moral education citizens need to execute those purposes well. I'll start with what I call the model of separation. Civic education in school and in public discourse sends conflicting messages about the role of citizens in government. Alongside the self-congratulatory spirit about we the people, wafts a model of civic participation that implicitly emphasizes distance, opposition, and a dilute, haphazard integration of the citizen with the state. Although there is a discourse about citizens having a duty to vote, the invocation of the idea of the duty is truncated. The deontic language often does not continue through to framing how one should vote, or to any idea that one's representatives are delegates of our mutual duties to one another. It often shifts to a discussion of how representatives should pursue our interests. But if you conceive of citizens as duty holders who are delegating their power to discharge their duties of justice, and as representatives, if you see them as fellow duty holders, this should affect what we expect of citizens. Because in delegating a duty responsibly, one must have sufficient judgment about what the duty requires and who is qualified to discharge it. And the responsibility lingers with the primary duty holder, who must not only keep an eye on matters to ensure her delegate actually discharges the duty faithfully, but must also stay in the picture to complement the delegate's work where needed. This requires both oversight and a developed sense of judgment about what the duty requires. Not only does framing the representative's charge in terms of citizens' interest encourage a flaccid conception of citizenship, so does the implicit handoff model on which citizens vote and then they hand off power to their representatives. In the interim, their everyday participation is conceived of in the thinnest of terms. The good citizen observes the speed limit, pays their taxes, reads the newspaper, dashes off the occasional note to their representative, and when things get dire, as they have, attends a protest or donates to a cause. So long as they color within the lines compliance-wise, there's no sense that citizens in fact play a crucial role in the everyday implementation of the law. It's a model that suits a capitalist, individualist consumer culture, but that's more of a diagnosis and indictment than praise for the synergy. The way we talk about law in formal civic education and in the culture reinforces this separation of government from citizens. Much civic education concerns the structure of government, the three branches, separation of power, bills on Capitol Hill. In formal civic education, very little law is presented apart from the Constitution and perhaps the fact but little substance of some super statutes and certain statutes as historical landmarks of pitched political battles. On this picture, lay citizens have very little role to play in government, except as legally compliant beneficiaries, potential victims with government-issued shields, observers, and occasional contributors in elections, suits against government, and protest. Common law, for instance, is a stranger to the civics classroom, and its exclusion perpetuates the myth that the judiciary's role is simply to interpret statutes and constitutions. It also thereby submerges any recognition of citizens' role in the articulation of law through their instigation of common law cases and their daily habits and interactions that establish the law in the street and the customary practice that the law then draws from when it identifies and codifies its norms. The exclusion also fails to highlight the significance of the informal culture that citizens build that can support or hobble law, including the Constitution. Put bluntly, this model of separation is not a sensible fit for a democratic polity in which citizens constitute the government and are responsible to each other to ensure that we create and maintain conditions of justice and fulfill our other collective responsibilities. A more integrated model of the relationship between a democratic government and a participatory citizenry is essential to democracy, and so its system of civic education should be designed to prepare and empower citizens to play that role, and part of that education has to include a greater focus on law. Now, our current practices of undereducation about substantive law represent a missed opportunity in at least 4 respects. First, Knowing more about law's content would aid citizens in knowing what resources they may call upon and what treatment they may demand, where implementation has gone awry, and where reform is imperative. Second, understanding how the legal infrastructure facilitates daily living may inspire greater appreciation for law and generate more substantive, effective grounds for the general motives of compliance with law and democratic participation. And the third and fourth points I'll pursue emerge from taking the more participatory perspective on citizenship seriously, a perspective that expects citizens to do more than act as critics and occasional auditors of the process by which articulate law is generated. So to flesh out this perspective, I'll begin by identifying what more with respect to law should be expected from citizens. And my discussion will consciously highlight compliance rather than obedience. I regard obedience as an entirely odious term that has no proper place in the democratic model of government. It's at home in and primes one towards the behaviors, attitudes, and expectations appropriate to a hierarchical model of law and government. A flourishing democratic legal system requires citizens to relate to the law in ways that are a far cry from what obedience conjures. To start, for social conditions to remain largely free, citizens must, as a general rule, take their own initiative to follow the law without regard to likelihood of punishment. If society had to depend on external enforcement measures alone to achieve the ends of law, it would have to rely on an extraordinary and intrusive level of surveillance, deceptive tactics, and disproportionate threats. For social conditions to offer a modicum of privacy and the freedom that accompanies it, citizens must generally accept the law and its aims as legitimate and treat compliance as a matter of personal commitment and initiative. A democratic legal regime depends on voluntary legal compliance to achieve the democratic end of fostering an environment of felt freedom. That dependence also conveys a sense of trust in citizens, which may produce a virtuous feedback loop. But merely voluntary compliance to the explicit letter of law will not suffice, as a detour to another site of social interaction, the workplace, illustrates. Work to rule actions in labor disputes, in which workers do not strike, but instead confine their participation to what's explicitly delineated in their contracts and employee manuals, reveal the deep inadequacies of a textualist top-down approach to cooperation. Working to rule is a rational, ethical response to exploitation as part of a coordinated effort to renegotiate the balance of power to achieve fairer terms by showing how much of the system relies on goodwill. The reasons why it's an effective technique during moments of crisis in labor management relations also demonstrate why it cannot be standard operating procedure. Explicit instructions, when read literally, cannot cover every situation a worker encounters. They cannot substitute for the judgment that the skilled worker brings to bear on assessing the needs of a situation to make adjustments, invent ad hoc solutions, and respond to the efforts of colleagues. The frustration that management experiences when its labor force works to rule is not ameliorated by writing a more elaborate performance code, but rather by making environmental adjustments that demonstrate trust and appreciation, and that elicit the worker's expertise, judgment, and the generous application of cooperative efforts. So we might draw at least two lessons about a successful democratic legal culture by reflecting on work to rule. One is that just work conditions are a precondition of truly cooperative activity. They provide the necessary material conditions that underlie workers' ability to devote their best focused efforts to work, rather than their strained and distracted efforts disrupted by external anxieties. They also foster the sustained morale of cooperators, for which exploitation and underappreciation are toxic. Because our political and legal system is our largest domestic cooperative activity, we have reason to think that the successful achievement of democratic law's aims may depend upon like just conditions. The second lesson is that work to rule does not represent a minimally acceptable approach to one's labor duties as an individual. Work to rule is a protest strategy used by organized groups as an expressive mechanism when minimal conditions of justice and fair negotiation tactics break down. The strategic power of its expressive message hinges on the fact that work to rule is an untenable approach to cooperative activity. Cooperative rule following involves understanding the aims of the enterprise and the willingness and ability to take initiative to fill in gaps where the explicit rules do not reach. It requires the regular application of good faith, discretionary judgment to advance the ends of the workplace. So too with law. Were we to think of society as a cooperative activity structured by a set of laws, then the idea that the citizen's sufficient everyday role is to comply to code, like working to rule, well, that would fall analogously flat. A literal approach to compliance may be a coping strategy or a protest mechanism enacted under conditions of injustice and alienation, but it's not an aspiration nor a baseline standard for minimal democratic health. Full compliance is not and cannot be simplistically textualist. New laws, new social circumstances, and new recognitions about insufficiently addressed social injustice may require fresh interpretation to discern what should be done and imagination and effort to execute. The path is not always laid out with a red carpet in black ink. It might be more like a trail under construction, one that is built by individual hikers forging the way and subsequent others deciding to reinforce their tracks or create a byway. Such interpretation requires a broader understanding of a particular law's aims, scope, and its placement in the broader legal landscape. The civic behavior I'm discussing isn't foreign to us. We often comply without certainty of enforcement. For instance, the law receives our regular, if rough, tax compliance despite low penalties. Second, our implementation often elicits deliberation and understanding beyond reactive fulfillment of pre-specified demands. Whenever the law deploys standards rather than rules, like when it requires equity or equal treatment or appeals to the reasonable person, requires reasonable accommodation that does not present an undue hardship or requires good faith, citizens cannot robotically comply to code except where an agency has issued highly specific rule-like guidance or a court has ruled on a factually similar case. Standards induce citizens to deliberate about the law's values and how in good faith to bring them about. And on important occasions, we act on the law's values in our social and personal lives in ways to support legal culture, even when this action exceeds the law's demands. For example, many citizens in their everyday social lives take inspiration from the First Amendment and its underlying values, affirming some version of free speech principles for their personal interactions. Private dispositions, practices of tolerance, open-mindedness, and engagement play a significant role in the success of a legal culture of free speech by acculturating citizens and officials to enduring rather than suppressing uncomfortable ideas. This private practice, by complementing the state practice, supports the legal climate by lowering the political temperature and cost of state compliance. A complementary social free speech culture that encourages citizens to cultivate their minds and entertain ideas together without debilitating repercussions for divergent or mistaken views is also essential for the modest realization of other ends of the First Amendment, which include the advancement of knowledge, individual intellectual development, moral agency, authentic social relationships, on top of the robust debate necessary for democratic flourishing. And a final ingredient worth mentioning in the interplay of the social and legal culture of free speech is that of individual judgment and discretion and how and when to exercise it. The citizen's role in a free speech culture is not exhausted by participation, respectful engagement with others, criticism, and toleration of difference. It also requires the generous application of good faith judgment about what to say and when. For example, wherever the regulatory line regarding hate speech and other forms of equality threatening, animus conveying speech lies, there's going to be speech that escapes permissible regulation that cannot be banned. Although it may remain legally permissible, cooperative citizens should not regard or encourage this speech as ordinary, as entertainment, or as a perfectly respectable form of self-expression or blowing off steam, especially in mass public settings. Citizens may need space to entertain and exercise mistakes, but that space need not be the size of a football arena. It may be foolhardy, dangerous, or inappropriate for the state to make precise judgments about where the boundaries of acceptable and unacceptable public speech in these areas lie. But that doesn't mean it's foolhardy, dangerous, or inappropriate for every citizen to make such judgments for themselves. It's imperative. There are other cases of parallel social cultures that complement legal cultures, like the development of extra-legal norms of equal treatment and procedural fairness in non-governmental, institutional, and other group settings. And at the same time, these parallel cultures remain insufficiently developed. The woefully inadequate absorption of norms of equality and the appreciation of the manifestations of inequality reverberate across every aspect of our collective lives. Greater informal absorption of the demands of equality represents one place where citizens and the officials they become could do much better. So what are the implications of these arguments for civic education? Well, to achieve a more thoroughgoing, substantive, participatory compliance, legal literacy about the substantive content and normative underpinnings of law should be a greater part of civic education, alongside some philosophical training about how to interpret and apply rules and values. Although the development of a philosophical moral intelligence can be achieved through many modalities, including history and fiction, there is a role for direct philosophical education to impart skills of interpretation, analogous reasoning, critical evaluation, cross-contextual extension of principles, and the imaginative construction of alternative ways of life. Many are tempted to introduce philosophy through the trolley problem or other moral dilemmas, but I have reservations. The scenario is far-fetched, the stakes are high and empty, and they are removed from the reality of the reader's life and the recurring challenges citizens face. We've been made vividly aware of the life and death stakes of our participation in collective behaviors like mask wearing and social distancing, but most individual decisions are not or should not be difficult choices about who lives and dies. Second, the fact that the trolley problem involves an individual decision maker making lethal decisions renders this problem a poor choice for civic education. It doesn't prime students to look for collective solutions to recurring problems or cultivate the skills to implement them, including understanding the needs and ideas of others and finding consensus points. Its constraints are better suited to the training of a benevolent dictator with a penchant for micromanagement and an antiquated transportation system. And finally, introducing students to philosophy by way of consulting fledgling intuitions about wrenching problems without fully satisfying answers encourages a perspective on philosophy as the domain of possibly unanswerable and academic questions. So what would the alternative look like? Well, I think the broad desiderata would involve exposing students to how values and principles can underlie and explain collective actions and institutions, to the considerations underlying alternatives, to how values and principles can extend to new situations, and how role ethics and individual ethics interact with institutions. Rather than starting with the trolley problem, one might start with arguments for equality and tracing out the arguments and counter arguments for deriving same-sex orientation equality from principles of gender equality versus the resources offered by other principles. One could explore whether the activities of the FDA are best understood in terms of benevolent paternalism or a cooperative division of epistemic labor. A discussion of role responsibilities might be used to explore the different free speech freedoms and obligations of state actors, institutional actors, and citizens. One could also introduce students to what often feel to lay people like esoteric areas of the law monopolized by elites: bankruptcy, taxation, contracts, or torts. You could encourage students to identify the values that drive its structure and its gaps, to evaluate whether that structure is just, to consider alternatives, and to locate the role that citizens play in supporting or reforming that structure or both. For example, students could be asked to consider how we should manage the cost of accidents, what role law plays in nurturing personal responsibility, whether personal and financial responsibility should be coextensive in what is our economically unjust and unequal society. Or students might be asked how we should approach contractual relations from a standpoint of profit maximization, fairness between the parties, or broader social concerns, what contractual freedoms we should enjoy and why, and how their approach relates to their convictions about distributive justice, social justice, and climate change. So I'm going to conclude by addressing the specific topic today of civic education in polarized times. I find it difficult to shake the impression that ignorance, alienation, and a generalized distrust of government are major drivers in our current predicament, in addition to injustice and shame-based denial about it. Undifferentiated, unsubstantiated distrust in government and a failure to view oneself as a member of a mutually beneficial collective seem to be significant factors in vaccine hesitancy, mask resistance, and persistent inaccurate belief in widespread election fraud. Some of this entrenched ignorance may be traced to an inadequate investment in a broad-ranging civic education. And so I retain some optimism that alongside governmental reform and greater progress toward justice, civic education could make some difference to forestalling repetitions of our unproductive divisions and channeling disagreements toward more worthy, less lethal controversies. Incorporating a deeper knowledge of law into civic education might play a salutary role in two respects. First, greater legal literacy can do work to prevent generalized, unsubstantiated distrust from gaining a foothold. There are, to be sure, sound reasons for nuanced, targeted distrust of government, given its historical and ongoing mistreatment of many populations, the potential for abuse in any concentration of power, and in particular, the behavior of the last administration. But nuanced distrust is capable of being overcome through counter evidence, repair, and change. Whereas undifferentiated distrust is an insidious attitude that discredits counter evidence from the start, generating a feedback loop that recruits and enforces a profound hesitance to cooperate with all but the most stalwart allies. Equipping students with a deeper understanding of government and their role in it may inoculate them against the currents of undifferentiated distrust. And second, learning more about the what and the why of democratic law, rather than only the origin story of how it comes to be, may nurture a sense of ownership and entitlement over the system, whether that's positive or critical, a greater sense of identification with the common condition of its members, one's fellow citizens, and a greater sense of their own shared agency and responsibility over the content and success of democratic law. Thank you.
Hello, it's great to be with you today. I'm here to offer some comments on Professor Schifrin's terrific paper. She's given us a rich and valuable paper for how we might confront the crisis of civic education in polarized times. Now, I'm someone who is greatly sympathetic to the project. I also agree that we want citizens who are personally committed and also take initiative to deal with the major issues facing our collective lives. I'm going to take my moments here to simply point out a few differences between our positions, though. Let me start by places of agreement. Professor Schifrin rightly laments today's leading version of civic education for being overly fixated on the US Constitution and with origin stories. Like others, such as Aziz Rana, who warns against constitutional veneration, Schifrin similarly contends that ancestor worship and text-bound approaches cultivate a shallow and distant model of citizenship, already made too thin because of the model of indirect representation that we've inherited. This is something she labels the handoff model. Our leading approach to political engagement, Schifrin persuasively points out, can lead only to what she describes as a haphazard integration of the citizen and the state, as well as the citizen with fellow citizens. I have a small quibble with whether the typical workplace is really a good example, given its profit maximizing imperative and the inescapable hierarchies that lurk within. But Schifrin is absolutely correct that policies and rules alone can't fully capture the range of what a good employee or a good citizen must be capable of doing for any collective enterprise to succeed. Now, as an antidote, Schifrin proposes deep exposure to a broader body of substantive law to counteract a sense of hyper-individualism, too much conflict over rights, and an insufficient appreciation of the duties each of us owes to other members of the community. We continue to see at this very moment in the age of pandemics, the damage wrought in part by the sick civic culture that Shiffrin describes. Now, some places where we might part ways. One possible difficulty with Shiffrin's solution, however, which I'll just label as the more law solution, arises the moment that one sees that culture or our civic condition is always connected to political structure, and that a deeply problematic political system may itself to be blamed for the despair and the extremism that we see. So in other words, that the model of separation and the handoff model are in fact design choices that have fostered certain dominant forms of politics. And if this is so, then it is hard to envision civic culture changing without political structure also changing. Putting aside questions of which must change first, the point is simply that better design choices and altering the dominant form of politics may do more than reforming education alone. For instance, direct democracy reforms, of which there are many, close that distance between individuals and the state by allowing the people to overrule bad decisions by representatives, thereby counteracting some of the vices of the handoff model and ensuring that every decision by representatives, including judges, can be subject to reversal through citizen politics. Now, to be fair, some of these questions may lie beyond the scope of this conference, but I point this out only to note the limits of any project of democratic renewal that rests too heavily on educational reform. Depending on your theory of how we got to today, we might not be able to teach our way out of the hole that we are in. Now, at a minimum, if one thinks that structure is a big part of our current democratic condition, then how law is taught surely matters. For instance, explicitly drawing connections between problematic design choices and the pathologies of American democracy today would seem to be necessary to ensure that more law as a solution could actually do something about polarization and demoralization. Another difficulty Shiffrin's proposal might run into is that if polarization and demoralization are what most threatens American democracy, it's not clear that more exposure to law and a greater complexity in the treatment of law in our schools will really do the trick. The more law solution generally presumes that lacuna in citizens' knowledge about the law is the primary source of our ailments, and that therefore a better understanding of legal ways of thinking can bridge gaps and reverse trends. Yet what we've often seen is that complex knowledge can easily reinforce existing political hierarchies. It may turn out that greater knowledge of and facility with legal knowledge does not, in fact, alter the median civic mindset, but merely gives people more tools to dig in and reinforce, say, court-centered, individual rights-based visions of community. Although it seems obvious regular people know too little law and their own country's political past, I am skeptical that more resources devoted to civic legal education will make much of a difference because it rests on a more technocratic diagnosis of our collective condition. Now, Shiffrin's approach, I think, is most persuasive when it focuses on broadly developing a certain democratic mindset. She ends with helpful suggestions about how to inculcate the moral intelligence she believes essential to healthier forms of civic participation. Do not use the trolley problem to instruct others, she warns us, for it features a lone decision maker confronted by a ridiculous situation. Deploying it to teach democratic ethics will merely foster detachment and defeatism. Now, here I agree with much of Shiffrin's concerns about the principal objectives of civic education, especially when she says that the chief aim is not merely to create obedient citizens. Schifrin prefers the term compliant, but even that's a little too passive for me. I prefer terminology such as active, creative, questioning, reflective, and even defiant. Broader diffusion of knowledge about legal and communal resources and understanding of legal infrastructure can help, as Schifrin points out. But to that list, I would like to add 2 more items that I believe are just as important, if not more so. 1, political imagination, and 2, templates for democratic action. The first allows us to believe that existing politics, legal arrangements, and democratic conditions can be altered for the better. The second involves identifying actual models from the past that can, with some retooling, be put to use again. Together with these 2 additional components, civic education becomes less about acquiring minimal know-how and more about empowering those who most lack agency and influence. Indeed, given what seems to be missing in our citizenry at the moment, I wonder if Schifrin has actually set the table for a very different kind of civic pedagogy than Moore law and better hypos. Specifically, I wonder if Thick historical approaches to civic instruction, which would employ case studies of how actual groups of people reasoned together imaginatively and productively to overcome great odds, might be the best approach. To cut against the tendency to reinforce grand myths or deepen existing skepticism of government, these deep dives must involve not just the founders and not only those who are already broadly lionized for their achievements, but regular people who did laudable things in their communities during crises for the sake of basic values. I wonder too whether our current moment pushes us towards some philosophical traditions and away from others, starting with ideal theories of political resistance, legal abstractions, or a well-functioning system, as we often do, might not inspire the political faith and skill set so desperately needed for democracy to continue. Instead, such approaches might merely reinforce the distance that Schifrin warns us about. Instead, it may lay the demanding ideological consistency, as we often do, tends to create lone dissenters who seek personal glory and attention rather than generous, though perhaps critical engagement with imperfect citizens and the messiness of political life. I'll give you one example. I'm experimenting in one of my courses with a pedagogical approach I call reasoning from injustice, where students do deep dives into particular large-scale democratic breakdowns, or perhaps even missed opportunities for renewal, such as Reconstruction, the mass expulsion of Chinese migrants from West Coast cities, the Wilmington insurrection of 1898, and the aftermath of the wartime internment of Japanese Americans. The idea is to take up Judith Shklar's invitation to contemplate what she called, quote, the enduring character of injustice as a social phenomenon. We first immerse ourselves in the structural conditions that give rise to different forms of inequality and indifference, and only then do we move toward what might have been done differently to avoid catastrophe, to ameliorate injustice afterward, and to deter such breakdowns in the future. Now, importantly, when the conversation turns to a dark sense that disaster was inevitable, we press through that energy-sapping moment to try to imagine other worlds, other political paths, and other approaches. Let me finish here by reminding all of us that Tocqueville was the one who famously observed that Americans, above all, are practical people. That is, we have a tendency that is both natural and inevitable to seek the immediate and useful practical results of the sciences. I think this encompasses democracy as the greatest scientific experiment that we have ever undertaken. If our system cannot produce the policies and the better conditions that we seek, and people no longer believe democracy works, then there's little that educational tweaks can do to save us. Professor Schifrin, at least, has pointed the way toward a healthier culture. For that, we have to thank her, and I hope that others listen. Thank you.
I need you guys to turn on my video. It won't start because you stopped it. All right, thank you. So first, let me thank Elizabeth, Eric, Jim, and everyone else who was involved in putting the conference together. It's a real honor to participate in this tradition and in this vital conversation. I also want to thank Shauna Schifrin for her insightful paper and for provoking some of the thoughts I want to share today and in the paper for the volume. I've long been an admirer of her work, and it's exciting to be in dialogue today with her and Robert, especially after his excellent comments. In my time, I wanted to focus on a couple of questions. And the first is how to pursue the tasks of political philosophy in relation to this overarching question of civic education in polarized times. And I want to briefly sketch two different ways of approaching the question that I think dovetails with some of the things that Robert has said. Now, one approach begins by providing an ideal account of civic education in a democratic society. And armed with this ideal, the expectation is that we might clearly and systematically diagnose the shortcomings of what passes for civic education in the present. Now, any such account, either implicitly or explicitly, will entail views about the proper aims, the reasonable expectations, and crucially, the key pedagogical agents of ideally constituted practices of civic education. And it's then from this direction that the much discussed problem of polarization connects to civic education. And that's primarily in its role as an obstacle to realizing consensus around ideal civic education, or in the role of a consequence of a collective failure to have achieved this ideal. In the longer paper, I argue that this view has a lot in common with John Rawls's conception of the tasks of political philosophy, insofar as he also emphasizes the practical role of finding agreement underneath divisive political conflict, orienting the citizenry toward the normative standpoint of civic identity rather than various partial identities, and also the practice of reconciling us to the rational core of our political institutions, in part by disabusing us of unreasonable expectations for a democratic society. But importantly, I think people don't often notice, Rawls does raise a worry here that some of these tasks, especially reconciliation, have a danger to them, that they threaten to become ideological in the pejorative Marxist sense, where they might provide a false justification or legitimacy to what he calls an unjust and unworthy status quo. And if our fundamental social arrangements actually deserve rage and frustration, any civic education that teaches us otherwise may further contribute to the reproduction of domination and social pathology, leaving us disoriented in our political judgment. So I want to point out here that one especially pressing warning for those of us gathered is that the very idea of polarization seems vulnerable to me to ideological abuse, where the idea of polarization floats above substantive articulations of its content and the coalitions that constitute it. The concept can be easily used to defame principled dissent and disobedience with both sides' rhetoric. It also can help us ignore the fact that sometimes discord must be intensified if the political system is to be redeemed from structural forms of domination. Polarization as a concept also suggests movement and process, but without a precise historical account to fill it in, the call for civic education as a response to polarization may end up unwittingly reproducing noxious ideology and enforced obedience under the banner of restoring a mythic lost consensus. Indeed, as the case of American intellectuals and politicians' enduring preoccupation with the supposed consensus politics of the mid-20th century make clear, even the imagination of consensus can fail to take seriously that its ostensible appearance was possible only in a political world riven with domination like Jim Crow, or exclusions like the racially restrictive immigration policies of the mid-century, and outright repression like McCarthyism. Relatedly, another threat that ideology poses in the discourse on civic education in polarized times is the relative narrowness with which we conceive of the sites and practices that are and historically have been constitutive of genuinely emancipatory and democratic civic learning in contentious political cultures. If this is so, the agents from which we might learn the most redemptive forms of civic education, including the appropriate relation to refounding the law, may often be engaged in forms of pedagogically oriented non-compliance with the law rather than state-sanctioned instruction. So in light of this worry, an alternative approach to the question of civic education in polarized times argues that to understand the stakes of such an inquiry requires first adjudicating between different kinds of polarization so that we might identify their central patterns, animating forces, and moral quandaries, including the political opportunity structures they present. If by the concept of polarization, we mean partisan sorting across political positions, the intense political salience of attitudes about social groups, and strong in and out group affects, it's not clear that we should always treat this phenomenon as entailing a universal degradation of the capacities necessary for civic participation and self-government, or as entailing a presumptive obligation for us all to seek reconciliation. The philosophical task that may be most pressing concerning civic education in polarized times may be the refinement of historical and social scientific research, hermeneutic strategies, and critical concepts that help us find surer footing within the conceptual space that polarization is supposed to demarcate. So this raises at least 4 fundamental questions about civic education in polarized times, on my view. If the goal of political philosophy and civic education is not immediately reconciliation, what else could it be? Especially for a democratic political philosophy and a civic education, one question that emerges is how to confront a polarized polity where one pole is more hostile than the other to civic equality, where one pole promotes racial and ethnic exclusions more so than the other, and one pole is willing to champion disenfranchisement, fraud, and violence to win power. The second question is, given that civic education is always in media res, its design must take into account habits and ideas that should be unlearned as well as learned. This will be inflected by the account we give of the polarization that's of interest. The third question is that if we're no longer constrained to imagine civic education as solely a state practice, where else might we discover sites and enactments of civic education? And this is especially important when, as in our moment, state and cultural authority is being marshaled to repress, distort, and otherwise unduly constrain the forms of civic pedagogy that many of us believe is necessary to cultivate authentically democratic dispositions and habits. Last and relatedly, I want to ask, what is the ethos that should govern these alternative practices of civic education, especially where, even though they involve forms of disobedience or non-compliance, they actually hope to redeem democracy and a democratic rule of law in the end? Now, I don't have time to go into each feature of polarization in detail, but I do think it's important to say a bit about what I think is distinctive about US political polarization, which appears to be moving more rapidly than in similarly wealthy countries. So the first thing I think is distinctive is that we have a very strongly racialized form of polarization. And it's against the backdrop of a society that's really culturally and politically shaped by a history of white supremacist ideology and rule. I can talk more about the historical trajectory of this and the extraordinary velocity that it's gained in the Obama and Trump years. But the important fact to note is that the parties are now almost equivalent with racial liberalism and racial conservatism, and one's attitudes on questions of race seem to have a vast spillover effect on nearly everything else in politics. Second feature of polarization I think is really important is that, as the political scientist Liliana Mason demonstrates, we're seeing the entrenchment of highly negative forms of political affect, including conspiratorial distrust and outright hostility, that are still untethered from the substance of political policy disagreements. I think this is a really fascinating and important part of polarization. And the only caveat I'd add is drawing on Herbert Blumer and my colleague Larry Bobo, is that I don't think the literature that Mason's at the forefront of takes seriously enough that the group identities she's interested in as being sort of stacked together to produce polarization around partisanship. I don't think she takes seriously enough that the ideas of group identity we have around something like race in particular are constituted discursively and symbolically through stories and scripts and images that themselves include a sense of the group's normative position relative to other groups. So where a highly stigmatized group like African Americans seems to be moving in highly symbolic events like the election of Obama or the racial reckoning of last summer, these can produce really deep senses of threat and defensiveness against other groups who feel like their status or proprietary claims are in danger and their sense of where they're located in a social hierarchy is being unsettled. So I think that's a key feature of US polarization. And the last thing is that there does seem to be intensifying support for political violence, political repression, rule breaking, and the use of anti-democratic power to defeat the opposing faction across all sides. And I think this is in part because the political victories of some groups gets treated as evidence of the corruption and failure of the system itself for some of the dynamics I've laid out. So with that said, I want to conclude by returning to Shauna's generative discussion of law and civic education. Now, it should be clear that because of what I've said, I have some skepticism toward whether the idea of undifferentiated distrust is the right way to think about our current form of polarization, but I do not disagree on the importance of fostering a genuinely democratic relationship to positive law through civic education. But my argument is that in our polarized times, the kinds of civic pedagogy necessary to achieve such ends will often be unauthorized or openly targeted by the state and powerfully anti-democratic factions. So where this is so, I think we can turn to the history of African-American descent to better recognize and theorize alternative sites of civic pedagogy, especially those that harness the educative power of forms of protest and disobedience. Now, my major concern, as you probably could expect, is that as we speak, the work I do is in the process of being targeted for repression and censorship by state legislatures, school boards, and conservative politicians all around the country, under the guise of combating the threat of critical race theory. These demands, which include the recent attempt in Texas to ban over 800 books, aim to preemptively discredit the tradition of critique developed over centuries concerning the ways that race is constituted in the exercise of law and power, and the ways that racial ideology functions to produce forms of oppression and democratic deformation. These practices also aim to give largely white administrators and lawmakers arbitrary and intolerable power to police the speech of dissenting voices and to enforce an ideological worldview hostile to reparative justice claims. Their success would be at odds with civic education insofar as the patriotism they seek to indoctrinate is a naive one, prone to ideological conceptions of consensus and antithetical to the First Amendment culture that Shiffrin powerfully discusses. In this context, it strikes me that principled educators interested in truly civic education should resist these laws on vocational and democratic grounds by continuing to take up the teaching of these targeted materials. Now, this is part of a tradition that the historian Jarvis Givens has wonderfully reconstructed as fugitive pedagogy, the Jim Crow era practice of teaching by Black educators and their students that explicitly critiqued and negated white supremacy and anti-Black protocols of domination, but did so in discreet or partially concealed fashion. But as I think Shauna's discussion of law foregrounds, this fugitive pedagogy tradition has an underdeveloped conception of the place of law in this education. I think this shortcoming can be remedied through thinking through other generative examples in Black protest history, including Dr. King's Birmingham campaign and the Black Panther Party's police patrols. Now, these may seem like strange bedfellows, but what I think they share is that their challenges to existing legal authority are performed with pedagogical intent for their audience in ways that dovetail with Shiffrin's concerns about legal literacy concerning the substantive content and normative underpinnings of law. They unmask the ideological content and oppressive practice of existing legal authorities. And in doing so, they model what Shiffrin describes as skills of interpretation, analogous reasoning, critical evaluation, and cross-contextual imaginative extension of principles to new situations. They help us recognize and resist forms of racial oppression that operate under the cover of ostensibly democratic criminal and public assembly law. recognizing that their actions will be taken, at least initially, by many observers and state authorities as not just illegitimate, but polarizing, King and the Panthers also explicitly seek to incorporate teaching about the law to combat this reaction. Above all, their practices of disobedience dramatize through non-compliance how ordinary citizens already participate in the making of law, but often only do so through compliance or acquiescence. And by showing what happens when this is withdrawn, they show how the oppressive state has to rely upon violent repression, is another thing Shauna points out. But rather than remaining at just this negative critique, they also perform anticipatory prefigurative gestures of imagination enactment of what a truly shared rule of law amongst equals could look like. The Panthers do it by usurping the prerogatives of state power practiced unjustly, and King does so by accepting punishment to express a higher order respect for the rule of law. If something like fugitive pedagogy is the appropriate response to this new wave of repression in the realm of civic education, it seems to me that its best practice has to also include, in the spirit of King and the Panthers, explicit education about the democratic deficits of school administration, also the interpretive paradigms to understand the racial politics of legal abstraction, and finally, the prefigurative and anticipatory gestures that stake out faith in the achievement of a truly democratic rule of law by showing costly commitments to respectful restraint in contentious politics. Now, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna, Robert, and Brandon. Before turning to Q&A, I want to invite Shauna to offer some remarks in response to Robert and Brandon's comments.
Thank you so much. Those were such insightful and powerful commentaries. A few minutes will not be enough to really address them, but I'll make a couple comments. I largely agree with everything that both speakers said. And I think what I want to emphasize in agreement is that Professor Tsai is absolutely right. And I take it that Professor Terry agrees as well, that a change in civic education will not solve the problem however it is conceived, that there have to be rather substantial changes to political structure and economic structure in order for us to live together justly. I also want to agree that we have to define what is meant by polarization, and we can't always take polarization to signal a problem. I think, as Professor Terry correctly emphasizes, a great deal of division and disagreement and anger is a perfectly appropriate set of reactions to injustice, and are essential moments for us to work through, moments that may be generations to work through, in order to contemplate whether we are ready and eligible for reconciliation. I agree with all of that. And I also agree with what I took to Professor Tsai and Terry to say in common, that a great deal of civic education, including civic education about law, has to not only draw on abstraction, but also to use historical templates of activism in order to understand both injustice in the system, how to tackle it, and the resources of collective action. I take all these things to be true. I fully endorse what Professor Terry has said about the importance of critical race theory as a part of education about law and a broader understanding of thinking about the education of law as including the education of about civil disobedience and its point. So just to end, I want to agree that there's a danger in civic education about law as being quietist, and it's certainly not the aim that I have in mind. The aim that I have in mind is a kind of education that does a few things. One is it actually tells people what's going on and what the structures that are directing their lives involve. And I understand the hazards that Professor Tsai points to about that feeling overwhelming or dispiriting, but I take it that the kind of education that Professor Terry is talking about, including examples of activism, can do something. In conjunction with what I think is the other important thing about civic education of law, in teaching students what the resources of collective action are and the mechanisms, we also have to teach them that they're not only affected by the structure, they have responsibility for the structure, and they have responsibility to take initiative for change and for demanding for the resources to make that change possible. And that requires also an understanding of an openness to criticism and an obligation to work together. What I take the kind of polarization to be that's troubling is not nuanced distrust. It's rather the kind of unsubstantiated distrust that is coupled with a kind of paralysis and an unwillingness to work with others. And that's what I think a kind of fuller and richer understanding of our history and our law, coupled with the tools to engage in criticism, to listen to criticism and to mount criticism, and to accept that criticism has to be responded to, is what I take it civic education could add to the project of justice, but it certainly can't achieve it on its own.
Terrific. Thank you so much for both the amazing principal paper and these two sets of very, very rich comments. We have a couple of questions already in the queue and then a few others coming in. I do want to encourage everyone, you don't have to type out your full question, but if you want to at least put the sort of the topic of your question into the Q&A box, Eric and I will be fielding those. We're going to go ahead and we'll take our first question from Cormac McComley. I hope I'm saying that correctly.
Not bad. Yeah, hi, thank you. Thanks for the paper. I've been thinking about the relationship between the rule of law and civic education. In particular, if we think of Lon Fuller's inner morality of laws, desiderata about general, law must be general, perspective, public, coherent, etc. And it strikes me this is a strong potential civic education function, and a strong potential civic education function similar to the one you're endorsing in the paper. So I was curious to see whether you think that kind of Fullerian understanding of the rule of law would support that. And the second point I was thinking about was drawing on this rule of law discourse might help get support from constituencies who may not endorse your kind of strong deliberative understanding of democracy, such as the separation and handoff models that you talk about in the paper, that maybe the rule of law is something they can buy into, right? And the rhetoric of the rule of law. So it might help kind of sell this idea of civic education more generally. Thanks.
I'll say something briefly, and I'm sure the commentators have views as well. What I think about teaching about the rule of law is has something in common with what Professor Terry mentioned about how we think about polarization. You really have to explain what you mean by it. The phrase "the rule of law" has unfortunately become very associated with the idea of law and order. And I would reject that, and I would worry about the connotations of that. Of course, there's the Fullerian sense of the rule of law involves a value-laden understanding of purposes of law, of genuine fairness, a procedural and substantive due process. I think that explaining all of those ideas in their depth is quite important to understanding what the purpose of law can be. But again, it also depends on what the substance of law is. And another difficulty associated with the rule of law discourse, not due to Fuller, is that it's often separated from the substance of law. So those who find the law substantively unjust are alienated by the idea. And many think they don't have to evaluate the justice of law. It's often used rhetorically in combination with the idea of obedience. I'm opposed to that tradition. I believe in Fuller's tradition, but I think treating it at a very abstract level raises some of the hazards that I've just outlined.
Our next question comes from Lucas Swain.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this great paper and for the two really fine commentaries. I learned a lot from them, and the conversation is really good as well. I was wondering about the idea of increasing legal literacy with respect to the content of the law, and then also with this cognate idea of even modest philosophical training for people. Shauna mentioned in her reply to the commentators that part of at least the legal literacy element would be to tell people what's going on with the law, to inform them of the structures and so forth. And naturally, people can be told what's happening in their society or with the law, how the law works. They might even learn it, at least temporarily. But like Montaigne says, it's one thing to learn it, another thing to be able to hold on to it and to keep it over a lifetime. And when we're thinking about a broad citizenry here with majorities, minorities, variously situated and so on, and thinking about them broadly, I mean, they repeatedly disappoint, of course, with respect to basic informational issues. So we know this, they don't know the century in which the Civil War was fought. They can't locate Washington, DC on a map. They don't know how many justices there are in the Supreme Court. And then to me, more shockingly, many of them don't know how many planets there are in the solar system. And according to a recent NSF survey, 1 in 4 Americans didn't know that the Earth revolved around the sun. They thought it was the other way around. So people, dealing with this problem say sometimes, well, it's not necessary to know these things, that people can use heuristics, they can use shortcuts, they don't even need to know this. So that's one way around the problem. Maybe they don't even need this legal literacy, they can get by without it. But of course, some behavioral economists now are talking about informational inequality and so on. I just wonder how exactly we should expect this legal literacy model to actually become viable and instituted felicitously in a country like America.
I'm not an education expert, though I'm related to a couple. I have to say my reaction to those facts is that to me, they're the consequence of underinvestment in education and an undervaluing of teachers. I don't have a fundamental pessimism about the intellect of human beings or of Americans. I have a fair amount of pessimism about what capitalism does to the value structure and appreciation structure of education and how it channels education into occupations that are more suited for corporations. And this connects to Professor Tsai's view that, of course, education alone couldn't solve the problem. But I think the only things that we have in order to make democracy work are structural changes that make it possible to direct our energies to education and encouraging the real development and flourishing of everyone. I'm pretty optimistic that if you do those things, citizens will understand and know more. But of course, that's like saying a revolution can work. But the only thing I think you can do is attempt to imagine what that would be like and what it would require of us and adjust over time. I'm sorry, I'm unable to turn off my mute at the moment, but please go ahead. I'm sure the other panelists have things to say.
I would just jump in briefly to just to say that I may have sounded harsher about the possibility of teaching anybody anything about the way our politics works than I really am. I do think that there is quite a lot of space in high schools, middle schools, to teach young people in particular about how institutions work. I'm a huge fan of anything that puts them in a form of role playing, whether it's mock trial, model UN, but I think you can go way beyond these standard formats, right? And use much more history to put young people in particular moments facing great crisis and forced to work with people that they don't agree with. I think that insofar as law is taught at all to young people, it does what Shauna has warned us about, and that is that it teaches us to valorize a handful of people important people, certain justices, not others, and invites people to sue others rather than to collectively work to solve problems. And there are ways we can counteract that insofar as there's any kind of law that's taught at those levels.
Yeah, I would just add that I do think we need to be very careful in trying to theorize just how extreme of a disruption we're living through at the technological level. Even something like the COVID skepticism, it's not presenting itself as a know-nothing skepticism. It's presenting itself as having an alternative account of scientific facts that are produced by an alternative ecosystem of authorization and assessment. Now, I don't mean to act like that knowledge is equivalent, it's not, but I do think it shows a kind of thirst for information and a ability to subject oneself to pretty demanding, it's pretty demanding efforts to sort through, information, expertise, long conversations, so that the ecosystem that's popped up around podcasts, around documentaries, around message boards, I think are also sites that could be productive for insurgent practices of civic education, precisely at the moment where the state and more anti-democratic forces seem to be clearing out the kinds of progressive teaching about democratic co-constitution of law that we're defending on this panel. So that's one of the things I want people to take away from my presentation, is that there is a tradition of people who could not rely upon the state to teach them basic facts about American society. Our schools have never been good at that. Even if people could at one point identify the number of planets, they could not give you a real account of Reconstruction. That was systematic. And there were alternative insurgent practices that sought to do that. And we need to be creative and thinking through what those would look like in the present, given the new technological and media landscape.
Great, thank you so much. Our next question is from Michael Blake.
Hi, thanks so much. I want to follow up Lucas's plea for pessimism in a slightly different direction by giving a brief word in favor of work to rule. One possible defense of working to rule might be that it's not always a response to substantive injustice, but to a lack of clarity in the rules themselves, with a recognition that when rules are fuzzy and roles are poorly defined, it always gets used by the powerful against the powerless. So if you want my compliance, you have to make it exactly crystalline what is expected and why. And I think that seems fair to me in a business setting, especially given sort of the recent history of labor relations. And I think something like it might be defensible in democratic politics as well, that you could view working to rule, as it were, as a statement not about substantive injustice, but about making it explicitly clear what is open and what is not for actual citizenship taking a role in determining. Now, I'm not sure if there's a really well worked out point there, but just my at the most basic level, I want to give a quick word in defense of not expecting your workers to go above and beyond without making it clear why and how they're doing that.
Hi, Michael. Thanks for that comment. I take your point, and I'll mention another use of work to rule that has been highlighted in an article by Jessica Posen and David Posen, that work to rule can sometimes be used to highlight the unreasonability of a rule and the poor discretion that's used about enforcing it, so that if you just apply the rule every single time, you'll come to see that the rule itself is flawed, and that discriminatory enforcement is the only thing that's keeping people complacent with it. So I think there are other functions of work to rule as a protest mechanism, and I think you identify a value. However, there is a great problem associated with over-articulation of work rules or of the law. None of us read the boilerplate contracts at all, although what they do is attempt to achieve completeness or come closer to achieving completeness. The more, and many people complain that the tax law is too complicated for anyone to follow, the more articulate instructions are, the more that they're suited for a computer and the less well suited they are for people. In order for people to understand instructions, there has to be a fair amount that's not said, that's tacit, and that depends upon the not only the fill-in participation of those that it's aimed at, but also at their own power in figuring out how their workplace should go. And less fully articulate workplace rules in a good workplace environment devolve power to workers to figure out how to make things work so that they can use their expertise rather than being told what to do as though they were robots or computers. So I think there's a hazard associated with the idea that the way to deal with the problem that you're pointing to about the indiscriminate or arbitrary use of discretion against the powerless is to complement that through more words, more instructions, more that's written down. Sometimes writing things down is incredibly helpful and protective, and I agree with that point you're making. But there's also a hazard associated with it, which is also what I'm trying to bring out.
Now we're going to take questions in pairs of two with Dave Esterlin and Kalila Waters in turn.
Hi, everyone. Thanks. I really enjoyed all three papers. It's a terrific discussion. My question is prompted mostly, I guess, by Robert's comments, and they certainly bear on Shauna's as well. Brandon, I loved your paper. This might not be as relevant to you, but I'll love to hear what you think. I'm Robert. I'm prompted by the part where you said, and this is kind of a familiar refrain that we're hearing, more emphasis on realistic injustices in civic education and less on ideal theory, something like that. I wonder if that's really the right way to frame it. You know, injustices are taught in the schools, but isn't the problem just they're not taught well? Presumably, injustices are taught mostly as in the past. If they're not, they get too controversial and they're shied away from that kind of thing. And our ideal or overly aspirational standards taught too much? I'm not so sure. Again, they're taught wrong and triumphalistically. I mean, you're right. We're taught the kind of ideal model of some super American democracies if we more or less meet it. I'm simplifying, of course. But all three of the talks, especially Shauna's, certainly have in the background broad aspirational standards that are quite far from where we are. And it's hard to see how to organize the rest of what, especially Shauna would say, and to a lesser extent the others, without you all understanding how to think at those high aspirational terms. So are you sure we really need to call for less emphasis on aspirational standards, more on realistic injustices, or just more on how to do them right?
And Kalila.
So my point was, I was fascinated by the point that Professor Tsai mentioned, and I agree that, you know, civic education would not be sufficient and that you do need social and political restructuring. But I guess my problem is, or my question is, given that we live in a democratic polity, and we do need to have a certain mass of people who will support the restructuring we need, what other ways are there besides just civic education and how the law works and what the law is to promote the mindset or promote the information of citizens such that the structures can be remade to foreground the social restructuring? That's it.
So I'll give a crack at that. Not that I have final answers, of course, but certainly, as to the first question, I think one of the things that we run into, in educating our students, I think most acutely in law schools, but certainly in other fields where there is some sense that the learning should be useful in producing a skill set that can be productively engaged by our students. So two problems that I keep seeing. One is that certain kinds of injustices have already been solved. This is the first point I think made in the first question. But the other thing that we often confront is that certain kinds of problems are simply unsolvable. And there are times, I think in polarized times, or however you want to call the moment that we're living in, at least I have seen much more of the second thing. And it shows up everywhere from, judicial decisions written by Supreme Court justices who say we have to tolerate a certain amount of racial inequity in the criminal justice system, to the fact that, no matter how well you design an electoral process, there's going to be all kinds of bad things that happen. You just have to let that go. So at least for me, the sense that one has to find a better way to teach, to deal with that kind of despair, means that we should consider not only how to do what we've been doing better, but whether the methods that we're using, the disciplines even that we're using, really are up to the task. So anyway, I think that's kind of an abstract answer to the first. And so, I mean, what's so interesting about starting with problems rather than ideal architecture is you get the students invested because, some of the problems that other people have experienced resemble the ones that they're worried about every day. And then you force them, of course, to interact with one another in a way that you hope winds up in a different place, not a place of despair, because the ideal is unattainable, but rather this is something where you can collectively get to a better spot. The second question is really interesting and a hard one, although I want to suggest, and maybe this is following up Brandon's, I think, excellent point, which is that if retaining our political imagination really should be on the front burner, when we look at the history of state-run education, we've got to see that some of the most interesting ideas that we've ever had have been generated outside of formal education. And kept alive and even experimented with in other settings. So what does that mean? I think that means that we have to find ways in which, formal education partners with, authorizes these kinds of experiments, whether it's, jury decision-making or, reforms in local governance or something like this. Watches what happens, sees if it makes things any better in dealing with polarization, demoralization. And that might be, the main way to do things. So I'm a huge fan of trying to find ways to encourage that sort of grassroots experimentation. Thanks.
All right, I'm sorry to say we are running a little bit low on time. We didn't quite get to all of our questions. I'm going to try to bring in 3 quickly now. So if you could be relatively brief, we'll try to get everyone onto the break. We're going to start with Andre Leduc, then John Wallach, and then Stephen Schifrin. So go ahead, John. Sorry, go ahead, Andre.
So thank you. Great paper and comments. I want to ask you to speak a little directly to what you think the power of practical reason is in the project of civic education. I hear both Professor Tsai and Terry really questioning how much practical reason alone, as opposed to developing imagination or developing empathy, are needed to make progress here. Is that the right way to understand what you're saying? And in contrast, perhaps, to what we heard last night from in the keynote address, and even perhaps, I hope this isn't unfair to what Professor Schifrin is suggesting. If we do need more imagination and empathy, how do we teach it? Was Rorty right that what we need to do is to read more fiction? We need to read or reread 1984 again? Thank you.
Well, I mean, I'll just jump in and only briefly say that I don't see practical reason and political imagination as opposed. I mean, I think that, at least for me, practical reason is the main way in which we can reinvigorate our political imagination. As far as fiction is concerned, I mean, one of the things to notice is that fiction has always played an important role in community renewal and in political advocacy. Lots of social movements on the left and the right turn to fiction to inscribe their alternative worldviews and, you know, how they would like things to run differently. So yes to that.
Hi, am I supposed to ask my question now? Okay, thank you for your terrific illuminating papers and comments. My question travels along the borders of them. For each of you offer very complimentary COMPLEMENTARY thoughts about democracy. And so my question is, what do you regard as the limits of democratic toleration of difference? For example, you know, the Supreme Court accepts the systematic propagation of falsehoods, apart from libel, as protected by the First Amendment. You know, can you imagine circumstances in which, you know, the sort of the agonistic pluralism which you're promoting here becomes unacceptable? And how would you articulate that? Thanks.
Finally, Stephen Schifrin.
As I understand it, the position Shauna is taking is that citizens are involved in a cooperative enterprise to achieve justice. And I agree with that, but I would posit, as was said earlier, that justice is unachievable. We can have more justice, but we can't have justice in a hierarchical society, which will always be present when there are hundreds of millions of people. The question I want to posit is, Shauna argues that one of the aspects of free speech is to encourage toleration, as Lee Bollinger argued in his book. I think, in addition, and I'm wondering if Shauna disagrees, that the First Amendment should be read to encourage dissent. And if so, how does one think about the circumstances in which the First Amendment encourages dissent or merely encourages toleration?
All three of those questions are fantastic and require books in their own right. I'll just agree with Andre that, and with Professor Tsai, that practical reason, in my view, involves empathy and imagination. I don't think you can be a good practical reasoner without them. And that there are many different modalities to teach people, including history and fiction, and different learners learn in different ways. In reply to John Wallach, I can't set out what I think all the limits of democratic toleration of difference are, but I can say that I agree with him that the Supreme Court made a mistake in saying that lives are protected by the First Amendment, not as a pragmatic matter, but as an intrinsic matter. And that an aspect, I think, of citizens' duty is to resist this, to call out falsehoods. And I believe institutions have, non-governmental institutions have a special obligation not to do things like host known falsehoods or disseminate known falsehoods. And that's part of their First Amendment duty, not just part of an interest in accountability. And finally, in answer to the other Schifrin on the call, of course, I think the First Amendment must encourage dissent. And the form of toleration I believe in is one that doesn't tolerate in the sense of doesn't oppressively respond to, but rather the idea of listening and responsively engaging with dissent. And that part of what we need is a model of toleration as active engagement and listening and openness to criticism, rather than an idea of separation and toleration as separation and mere accommodation. But all of these are terrific questions, and I wish there were time to engage with them more.
Brandon or Robert, did you want to weigh in one last time?
Sure. I'll just say, just want to pick up two strands from the last set of questions. Going back to David's question, if I'm trying to remember exactly the argument at the beginning of utopophobia, but my understanding is that one of the things that even you would be concerned about is an excessively idealistic model, not idealistic principles. And I think one of the things that we need to be wary of in the civic education in polarized times problematic is that if we start from the production of an idealized model, it may not be responsive to the specific dynamics or very useful in the dynamics of polarization that we actually happen to exist in, and may find itself easily usurped by those dynamics. So that's my interest in starting with trying to really distill the problem of polarization first. Here, it's not a universal objection to something like ideal theory. So I did just want to flag that because I think it's uniquely dangerous in this particular topic. The second thing is taking up a point that Shauna just made. And it's trying to, one of the reasons I want to push us to think beyond just state-focused practices of civic education is that we have a lot of agency to expand the space of deliberation if we allow ourselves to be creative and imaginative. So much of the hysteria around critical race theory right now functions in highly segregated school board meetings, which have all the sort of dynamics of power that Jenny Mansbridge and others have shown in these town hall setups. And they don't actually engage in any of the teaching that people are talking about. So we have a bunch of people who have not read the books under question, debating about whether students should be assigned them, and knowing that the way our educational practices work, that many of those kids won't read the books. So it's not kind of a meta debate about books that nobody's reading. And that makes you, that sort of it's a key to the sense that we're not debating the substance of the text at present. We're debating social identities. And so are there ways that we can actually engage in public lectures, public debates, public presentations of some of the material in question, such that we give people a chance to assess the material for itself instead of having it always already filtered through highly contentious litigation or very, very partisan town hall practices that only reproduce the same kind of polarization we're seeing. So again, to press on that imaginative point is to engage in a kind of practical reasoning. but one that's really interested in thinking very creatively about the kinds of actions at our disposal.
So I will just wrap up by briefly explaining why I think reasoning from injustice to justice rather than the other way around, which we often do, can prove beneficial, not only in terms of revitalizing the political imagination, counteracting despair, but also for stoking empathy across experiences. One of the things that I have been able to observe is that my students, at least during this one experiment I tried, have found a facility in being able to engage in what we might call comparing harms across social groups and experiences. And even though the causes might be a little bit different, in the expulsion of Chinese migrants on the West Coast versus Tulsa in 1921, right? They gain an ability to talk about different injustices, the different calculus of causes, but then they start to gain the ability to talk about the clusters of harms that different kinds of groups can experience. And then I think empathy becomes a byproduct rather than somebody saying, oh, in order to have the ideal political order, we have to be empathetic, sort of this kind of instruction. So I'll just stop there, but at least that's the promise, and we'll see how it goes. Thank you so much.
Many thanks to Shauna Schifrin, Robert Tsai, and Brandon Terry for their rich papers and an excellent panel. And thank you all for your attention and engagement on this Saturday. We'll pause now and resume in a little over 20 minutes at 2 p.m. Eastern for the second panel. Hope to see you then.
Is anybody there? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Steve, hi,
Okay.
Dave. It's great.
Okay,
I'm so glad you made it, Steve.
Yeah, no, I had to relocate, but it's fine. And I'd never used Zoom on this computer, so I just wanted to make sure it was set up properly.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Welcome, Rima.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Rima.
Thank you so much.
Nice to virtually meet you.
Absolutely. Yeah. I've been reading your stuff for a long time, but this is great to meet you. And this is a great
Thank you.
comment. Really appreciate it. Dave, have you passed across with Rima, I assume?
I don't think we've met, have we?
Oh, no,
Rima?
okay.
No, I don't think I don't think I've passed a night yet. No.
Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Wish we could be doing this in person, of course. but
Yeah, me too.
Alas, here we are.
Those days are coming, I think.
That's right. That's right.
Very soon. Yeah.
Welcome, Christine.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you.
And Yuli is in a very different time zone, right? But is she about to pop in?
Eric, do you guys move the highlighted screen around depending on who's supposed to be talking? So I just
Yeah. Alex is doing all the dazzling here. Yeah, but so we make sure that even if it looks like we see each other, as I understand, I mean, when you've been watching, you're mostly just seeing the speaker.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's looking for who's putting out audio, and I think that's less distracting.
Yeah, it is. No, it's been working great.
Great.
It is a shame we can't even see who else is attending, though. It's I don't know.
I see. You can't even. Okay, we can see that, and
Yeah,
you'll
the
be able to see
participants
that.
can't, so it doesn't feel as much like a
I
meeting.
see.
It feels like a radio show or something.
That's right, because it was. Yeah, I mean, we had over 60 people. It was really wide ranging. Yeah, but yeah, we should try to see if there's a way to at least have.
Yeah, I wonder if there is.
Yeah.
And Dave, it's good to see you. I just wanted to let you know, I'm going to start out, I will introduce you, and I'm also going to give some brief thanks to the SAFRA folks before we get started. So I'll start out and then go to you to introduce the panelists.
And then I'll introduce all three and then turn it over to Yael. And then when she's done, shall the commentators just jump right in and go, rather than my taking time going back to them each time? Does that sound good? Or should I?
I think that's a good idea if everyone's comfortable with
I think
that.
that's how it went last time. So Christine and Rima, are you both here?
Yes.
So does that sound good?
Yeah, and it's Christine first and then me. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
And I should remind you, if you can limit your comments to 12 minutes. And Yael, is Yael here yet?
She was here earlier. I don't think she's back yet.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Oh, I see her. I'm gonna try to bring her in. Let's see, or maybe Alex started doing that. Let's see.
We should make sure she's using the right link.
That's
I
right.
was just going to say, I had trouble with that last night. She might have done the same thing.
So I can't. If I bring her in this way, we can't do video. Then is that right?
Oh shoot.
Yeah. So maybe we can send her the other link.
She seems to be here. I've tried
she's here
promoting
now.
her to
It's just broader.
panelist. I'm not sure if perhaps she's away from the computer at the moment.
Okay. Okay. But is this right, Alex, that she can't do video from this link?
As an attendee, she can't. But like I said, she should be able to. I've tried promoting her to panelist, which is what I did with everybody else.
Yeah, that worked with me. So.
So I'm not 100% sure. She could also try rejoining with her link because earlier it allowed her to join as a panelist if she's unable to become promoted. I'm not sure if she is present right now.
Dave?
Yeah.
You can tell who else is attending.
Oh, how do you do that?
If you click down at the bottom, participants, first it shows you panelists, and then if you reach over and click on attendees, you click on attendees and it gives a list.
Can I also point out that Sally Haslinger has just sent a Q&A saying she's not a panelist, but she's hearing our conversation.
Oh. Hi, Sally.
That's great.
Yeah. Hi, I guess hi everyone who's out there.
Yeah, whoever else is hearing us. Yeah.
We're trying to embody
You're
civility.
getting this is like the behind the music scenes, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no way to stop broadcasting to the
well.
attendees in the interim. So
At least we're not talking about them.
Right.
Thank you, Sally.
Well, hopefully Yuli, if Yuli's out there, what should we tell her?
She should go back and re-click on her.
Yeah, I think she
link.
might need to rejoin because actually
She no longer seems to be in the
Yeah, it looks like
attendees
maybe
or the
she's trying to
panelists,
do
so
that.
perhaps she's, yeah.
Shall I give another minute before getting started?
We better wait till she's here.
Well, we can't start without her.
Yeah.
Unless Eric wants to read her paper.
Couldn't do it justice.
Well, I get, since our attendees are already listening to this, so we're just waiting, technical difficulties. We're just waiting for our principal panel author and esteemed guest, Yuli Tamir, to be able to rejoin us. I think she might be having some trouble with her Zoom links.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, there you are.
Yeah, I'm, I don't know why. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. But we can't see you. Are you able to use your, or if you prefer not to use the video, that's fine. I just wanted you to know that if you want to check it out, you want to do that.
Okay.
All right.
I'm back.
Perfect. Excellent. Okay, let's get started. I'm Liz Beaumont. I am at UC Santa Cruz in Politics and Legal Studies. I'd like to welcome you back to our second panel of this really rich and important conference on civic education in polarized times. Before we begin, I want to give huge thanks to all of the folks at the Safford Center at Harvard University for sponsoring and hosting the conference, and particularly to Emily Bromley and Alex Schilling, who've been doing really miraculous work getting all of the technology set up and running smoothly and helping us all through it, despite a lot of ineptitude on at least my part. The conference literally would not be happening without both their brilliance and their good humor and patience with things along the way. And now I'm also thrilled to introduce our panel chair, David Estlund. He is the incoming new president of the American Society for Political and Legal Philosophy. And he's also the Lombardo Family Professor of Humanities in the Department of Philosophy at Brown University. And Dave, as many of you know, is a brilliant democratic theorist in his own right. And it's wonderful to have his voice and presence here with us now. Go ahead, Dave.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the second panel. I'm delighted to be introducing our speakers. I'm going to introduce all three before then turning it back over to Professor Tamir. So Yuli Tamir is president of Bett-Burrell College and adjunct professor at the Blavatnik School of Government at Oxford University. Then our first commentator will be Christine Bowman. She's associate dean for academic and student affairs in the College of Education and professor of law at Michigan State University. And our second commentator is Rima Basu. She's an assistant professor of philosophy at Claremont McKenna College. And Professor Tamir's title is To Serve with Love, Advancing Civic Awareness Through Cross-Communal Teachings. Go ahead, Yuli.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to be with you tonight. It's evening in Israel, as you know. So I'm very happy to be part of this very engaging discussion. I hope to bring the point of view of the practitioners, people who are in schools, teach civics in schools, and I think meet the dilemmas as we go along trying to convince students and teachers to deal with civic issues. I want to make 3 comments in the time I have, and I hope that from this we will continue to a fruitful discussion on how we really change democratic culture in polarized societies. So my first comment is about the notion of polarization. Listening so far to the debate, I'm afraid we're using polarization in different ways, and I'm not sure that that's a term that we've clarified to ourselves in ways that allows us really to make a meaningful contribution to the situation we are confronting. Listening yesterday to the keynote speech, I was wondering whether the authors really thought about polarization or about diversity. In the paper, we refer to the distinction between thin and thick diversity, between diversity that is a kind of a healthy disagreement with a society and disagreement that actually disrupts social dialogue and democratic thinking. But now I think actually that polarization goes further than that. And maybe polarization is the moment where discursive attempts fail and we're not able to actually have a fruitful dialogue across different opinions. So that certainly makes civic education far more difficult. In our paper, we use a description of polarization that I think captures exactly that moment of transition from diversity to polarization. So we say polarization is not the same as disagreement about how to solve public policy problem, which is a healthy and natural in a democracy. Polarization is more than just having a different opinion from your neighbor about certain issues. Polarization occurs when we refuse to live next to a neighbor who doesn't share our policies, or when we won't send our children to a racially integrated school. The force that empowers polarization is tribalism, clustering ourselves into groups that compete against each other in a zero-sum game, where negotiation and compromise are perceived as betrayal, where those groups are political, racial, economic, religious, or gender, whether those groups are political, racial, ethnic, or religious groups. So polarization, from my point of view, is a position that challenges us to think about whether we can reach a discursive compromise, or by the way, whether we can play role games like yesterday Professor Ben-Porat suggested. I can tell you from our experience that when you come to a point that society is really polarized, people are not easily taking the role of the other. Actually, just the other day, our new president is very interested in bringing the different groups in Israel together. He brought a large group of social theorists and political theorists to think about diversity. And a lot of people ask the question of whether we can be thinking, whether we can be part of a thought experiment that places us in the role of the other. And interestingly enough, the most polarized groups are the ones who said, no, this is not an option for us. So for me, I think a lot of work should be done on the notion of polarization, bringing us to an understanding of what can and cannot be done in a polarized society. Unfortunately, for us as Israelis, we've been experiencing living in a polarized society for many years, or maybe more accurately, we've been aware of the fact that we are a polarized society for many years. And that leads us to thinking about how we should bridge the gaps, the misunderstandings, the hatred, the alienation, the polarization, and bring different societies together. Now in Israel, unlike in the United States, but I think unfortunately the United States is more and more going in this direction, education is segregated as well. So when children go to school, they don't meet children from other groups. They actually meet children who are similar to their own social, ethnic, religious group. So at the end of the day, just schooling in itself, something that we used to think is going to support the emergence of social dialogue, is not helping. Actually, on the contrary, going to school is a way of not seeing the other and developing almost different, nationally different curricula for the different groups. I think in the United States, this is not yet the case, but reading the debates and listening to you until now, I think it is happening. You are in a process very similar to ours. The different schools are not teaching the same thing because the community around the school has a different set of beliefs and is not ready to negotiate these beliefs, certainly not in school, because school is a very vulnerable place. So we started thinking about non-discursive way of looking at situation of polarization. And I think that's the move that we would like to do. Teaching civics by acting in certain ways, and maybe through this, bringing people closer together, creating empathy, humanizing the other. So we look at two options. The first is that of people who developed the contact theory used by, I think, many schools in Israel and around the world as a way of bringing people together. And what we learn from the contact theory is something very interesting. Just allowing people to meet from time to time, having occasional sort of opportunities to play, learn, engage with each other, is not necessarily effective in the long run. So that's a very, I think, alarming conclusion to be dealt with, because the people that are engaged in contact, if they're willing to be engaged in contact, which is a question in its own right, are not necessarily fundamentally changing their opinions. They view the others sometimes a bit differently, but when a crisis comes, and it will come in a polarized society, certainly, then they go back and withdraw to the original identities and original sets of beliefs. Now, a lot of funds were invested in contact theory, schools were brought together, football clubs were created, in divided society from Israel to Ireland to then the South African education system, people were trying to create more and more contacts. We're now saying that we should reflect again about the effectiveness of this move. And we are offering another move that may be more productive. But it's also, I think, in a sense, more radical. We're talking about cross-teaching. Cross-teaching is when a member of one community teaches in a school that actually is mostly hosting children of either the majority or the minority community. In Israel, it could be Israeli Palestinian teachers teaching in Jewish schools or Jewish teachers teaching in Arab schools. But then the teacher crosses the communal line and enters the school. So what are the benefits of this move? There are 4 benefits we want to illuminate. And we believe that if we develop that further, we may learn, I think, more in depth the nature of disagreement in a polarized society and ways of overcoming this polarization. First of all, and I think it's very important, the teachers do not enter the school in order to overcome polarization. The purpose of entering a school is to teach. Now, in this sense, we're sort of lucky because Israel, especially the Jewish schools, lack good teachers. In the Arab community, there are plenty of teachers who are seeking for jobs. So here, first of all, we start from a point of a mutual interest. Jewish schools need good teachers. Arab teachers are searching for jobs. So it's not forced. It's not sort of here we are doing a move towards, cross-cultural collaboration. We're just saying, here's a math teacher. You can, hire her because you need a math teacher. But surprisingly, and we tell in the paper the story of this math teacher who became the teacher of the year last year, who is a very traditional Muslim woman who entered the school in a very, very complex environment that is certainly not open for diversity, but yet she was in herself, such a great teacher and such a personality that the children in the school voted for her. It's children offer the teacher of the year to the state and said, oh, she's a great person, which was interesting because finally they saw her as a great teacher rather than an Arab woman, which was a huge transformation for them. Partly not I think partly because she was not introduced to them as here is the Arab teacher you should accommodate, but here is a great teacher that can help you succeed in life. The second thing is that cross-teaching allows for ongoing exchanges. It's not, it's not a situation that the teacher comes for 1 or 2 hours and has an, teaches or engage in some educational activities. I'm saying she because these are mostly women, which is in itself interesting for, I think, the feminist among us. She enters the school for a whole academic year and probably stays there. So the engagement is a daily one. Children see her every day, talk to her, engage with her, but not only children, parents become part of this process because they see the teacher when they come to school. And through this, there is a new routine where a person who was the other, totally unacceptable, probably in certain situations a threat, becomes a colleague, which is, I think, a major change of hearts and minds that allows people to see the other as someone not only you work with or you collaborate with, but just as a partner. So our first focus is on the teacher's room. And I should say we need to do a lot more research to have conclusive evidence that what we're saying really works. But from what we know, the teacher's room become the first space where the teacher is received, accepted, and then, she starts to influence the way teachers think about the teachers' community, which is probably the most important, significant community in the school. The teacher's room become diversified. And in the paper, we sort of followed the steps of accommodation of teachers in the teacher's room. By the way, this is a process that needs a lot of support. It doesn't happen naturally, but when it happens, it's not only personalization of the other, it's actually befriending the other, getting to know her. We're all mothers, we talk about our children, we have problems, we bring something, we cook at home. Suddenly, we're not talking about ideals or principles or ideologies, we're talking about everyday life. And when people engage on a daily basis, dealing with everyday life issues, they become closer and they realize that the other maybe is less frightening than they thought, maybe is more of partner than they thought, maybe they even thought the other is someone they would like to learn from. So the third move is that of being an authority, because the teacher comes to the school as an authority. So she enters the classroom in a certain position of knowledge. And the children look upon her as an authority. That's what the teacher said. They come home and they said, that's what the teacher said, and whether his name is a Jewish name or an Arab name, it doesn't matter so much because she is their authority, at least here and now when they are in school learning with her. So now they don't meet, as usually the case is in contact theory, peer. They don't meet other students. They meet an authority, and that authority is someone that represents, by the very way she looks, dresses, talks, the other. And I think this is where real change starts, because the students now look at the teacher in a very, very different way, and they engage with her in both in difficult times, but also, just in the school routine. I would like to say something about the moments of crisis, because I don't want to be, portraying a beautiful picture of how it all works and we live happily ever after. It is a very explosive situation. That's the nature of polarized society, that we may not be, that maybe we may not be yet clear enough about the depths of the explosiveness of dialogue. It is not a coincidence that people do not want to use certain words. They want avoidance rather than dialogue. in Israel, the most explosive moments are national holidays. Just now we had a case of an Arab teacher placed in a very prestigious neighborhood in a Jewish school, and the parents said, no, we don't want her. And the reason was, what will we do in Memorial Day? What will we do in Independence Day? What would she say? By the way, she stayed. It's an interesting thing to see what will happen in that school. But suddenly, even when they didn't want her to be part of the school, they realized that there is another view about these consensual moments that beforehand they took for granted that everybody agrees with. So the educational moment comes even with a disagreement when people say, okay, maybe she can be our teacher, but some days she should be silent, or some days she should not come. And how should we treat her when she has her holiday? Should we, say something about the fact that she's fasting now? What should the school, the teacher's room eat while some of the members are fasting? We have many programs like this in Israel with, should everybody be kosher if somebody is religious? Should everybody think about the well-being of others while they engage in a certain process of teaching? So what happens in cross-teaching is a process, I think, of not only humanizing the other, but making people more aware of the complexities of living in a community as the other. And that, I think, is something very important. I would not like to argue that this is the solution for a polarized society. I would like to argue just something that I think is limited in scope, that cross-teaching is a beginning of a practice that allows people to be together in times that they tend to segregate, to be together, to work for a common cause, using last night's keynote sort of conceptual framework, to cooperate rather than to compete, because everybody in the school wants to succeed. And that's opened a door for a more sensitive society, a more human sensitive society. Now, for me, this is where civic culture begins. It begins with the ability to see the other as a human being, to understand that, if you do something, you have to think about their position. Not necessarily you will be able to play, as I said earlier, this role game. What would be the case if I was an Arab woman teaching in the school? But you would know that if you were an Arab woman in the school, you would feel uncomfortable. And you may want to avoid this uncomfortable feeling because you care about her. That's a very minimal, it's not about law. I'm sorry, Nomos, this is our prerogative as educator. It's not all about law and rules and playing according to the rules. It's about seeing the people you live with in a society as human beings. And for me, that's where democracy really begins. And without it, when people are demonized or excluded from the society, it falls apart. So I would just like at the end to really thank my two co-authors, Dr. Ilana Paul-Binyamin and Dr. Ruth Geraisi, who are in that they're leading the project of living together. I should say that we have a lot to learn. We are trying to investigate more and more this process of cross-teaching. And I hope that we can bring into our public life a moment of collaboration and common interest that does not start with a dialogical effort to, come to an agreement of what are the basic, principles of our society, but just with the assumption that we are able and willing to work together for the well-being of all members of society. So thank you very much for inviting us to participate in this dialogue, and I'm sure we should follow up learning many more new ideas from our commentators and from the rest of the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tamir. So my name is Christine Bowman, and I'm delighted to be here with you today. I appreciate all of the wonderful work that's gone into preparing and holding this event. So thank you, Liz, Eric, and Jim. Thanks also, Alex and Emily, for making this happen. It is really an honor to be in conversation with my fellow presenters and to comment on Professor Tamir's excellent paper. So the US Supreme Court has often described the purpose of public education, and by that I'm thinking of state-funded education, as creating the next generation of citizens. Yet, as we look at what is happening around our country, it seems that our schools are struggling to live up to this goal. And so the current state of polarization, I think we all agree, is not productive. And in fact, we've seen it lead to harmful and dangerous outcomes. So Professor Tamir and her colleagues in this paper focus on the need to humanize the other. Again, as she was just saying, getting to the point where civic culture and democracy start. And they think about contact theory, the transformational potential of relationships with one another, and especially the transformational potential that happens when there's someone in a position of authority in a particular situation. So she's thinking a lot about when minoritized teachers teach majority students. So to help our thinking on this, I'd like to offer a few ideas about how likely this idea is to be able to help combat polarization. So first, I know there are many ways to answer this. And so my insights are drawn primarily from critical race theory. So first, I invite us to consider Derek Bell's interest convergence theory as an analytical framework. Now, of course, in this crowd, most folks are probably quite familiar with Derek Bell's work, and you know that he was one of a small handful of law professors whose work was really groundbreaking and developed what has come to be known as critical race theory. Now, he was, of course, trained as a lawyer. He spent about a decade in practice as a civil rights attorney, and in that, of course, he was using the lawyer's tools being litigation, pursuing injunctions, thinking about rights and remedies. And yet, the tools can only do so much. And so as he moved to an academic post, he was able to, for many, many years, thankfully, be able to think deeply about why this was the case. And so one of the key insights, of course, that he and others offered is that systemic racism constrains the ability of law to create social change, especially if the goal is the pursuit of racial justice. Now, interest convergence theory specifically offers the idea that the rights of Blacks will only be accommodated when they converge with the interests of whites. And so if we broaden this out a bit, and instead of thinking about Blacks and whites, we think about non-dominant and dominant, then we're thinking about the rights or interests of the non-dominant being accommodated when they converge with the interests of the dominant. So the dominant must see what's in it for them. So let's think about this in the context of polarization and contact theory. So one of the many things I appreciate about Professor Tamir's paper is that she thinks about the challenges that polarization presents at a structural level, at a societal level, and also how we can intervene with those in a systemic way that also is lined up with the systemic and structural problems. So again, she focuses on the idea that a way forward, or a way at least to this place where civic culture and democracy begin, is to focus on these individual relationships by building relationships, building coalitions, and generating wins in a very tangible sense. And by generating wins, we're talking about people being able to engage across difference and to appreciate and respect one another's humanity. So if this is to happen, then wide buy-in is necessary from parents and members of different communities. And in her comments, she talked about some of those dynamics, right? In terms of a shortage of teachers in certain schools and a surplus of teachers in other areas. And so the dynamics of this meant that in the Jewish schools in particular, the families in that area were easily able to see what's in it for them, wonderful teachers for their children. And so this is one reason why I'm particularly intrigued by Dr. Tamir's proposal. It can be an effective example of interest convergence. Now, let me explain a bit more here. Again, we have a dominant group interested in their children's education, as we all are, of course. And we have teachers from minoritized groups or a non-dominant group who support student achievement through excellent educational instruction. And so the interests of the dominant group are satisfied. And of course, along the way, teachers from that non-dominant group are developing individual relationships with students, with colleagues, and with so many others that result in the humanization of the minoritized teachers, that result in the humanization of the others. And those are very significant outcomes if we can achieve those. Now, I want to make clear that I'm not contending that interest convergence is something we should always strive for. And of course, that was certainly not Derek Bell's approach. He was really thinking about interest convergence as a way of understanding a reality that he saw played out again and again, as the implementation of hard-fought legal victories failed to live up to the promise they had. And so what I'm suggesting is that interest convergence also sets out a path for thinking about one way among many to evaluate the likelihood of a given approach to achieve particular goals. And at this moment in time, in which we either continue to become further polarized or try to build connections and try to build humanizing relationships, I suggest that viewing some ideas through the lens of interest convergence is quite simply profoundly practical. Now, I also want to emphasize that this is a concession with the idea of working within the reality of what is as we build towards what should be. So I have 3 ideas to offer you. And the second is a question, again, is to revisit this question about counteracting polarization. And my second idea is to propose a way that Dr. Tamir's proposal may be strengthened. And in particular, I want to emphasize that I'm thinking about the US context. To be clear, she's writing and has spoken about the Israeli context, and I do not have enough expertise in that area to be able to comment on that. And so to be able to think more deeply about this, I'm extrapolating to the American context. So in the US context, we are certainly thinking about racial dynamics. Now, with critical race theory, one of the things it asks us to do is to center Blacks and anti-Blackness, to center the minoritized groups, and to see and take seriously the challenges. In this case, the challenges for minoritized teachers of serving in the role of ambassador. And Dr. Tamir does this when she identifies the isolation and vulnerability that can impact minoritized teachers, and often do, when they are assigned to teach in majority schools. I'll discuss that more in just a moment. Another aspect here is that we also need to see and take seriously the opportunities that are denied to minoritized students when they do not have a teacher from the same racial group. And I'll discuss that as I conclude. So, impact on minoritized teachers, if we're thinking about this proposal, and again, focusing at a level of the practitioner, which I appreciate greatly. So when we think about some of the detrimental impacts to some of those individual teachers, I suggest that we can mitigate some of those, especially when majority teachers and principals actively work as allies to those teachers. And so in making this claim, I'm drawing on sense-giving theory and also speech act theory. First, sense-giving theory. So when a community is facing an uncertain or ambiguous situation, they need to figure out what it means. And so they construct their own reality and thus make sense of the uncertainty or ambiguity. Now, leaders in this situation can play a key role through their own public statements, which are understood as sense-giving. And sense-giving can both be proactive, including statements that seek to establish norms, and retroactive, for example, trying to explain what just happened. Second, think about speech act theory from philosophy of language. Now, this, as many of you know, also thinks about what speech does in the world. And so in particular, what happens when harmful speech is uttered. Now, if no one objects, the harmful speech can reset the norms of the conversation going forward, so that the discrimination in the harmful speech is both acceptable to say and taken as true. And this occurs unless the discriminatory norm is blocked. Peers and those less powerful than the speaker can block the harm, but it's even more significant when those in senior leadership positions block the discriminatory norm and refuse to grant it authority. So both of these concepts are relevant because they focus on the speech of leaders. And so my hope is to further strengthen Dr. Termeer's proposal by providing support for these minoritized teachers from the building leadership level. So think about the school principal. Think about that person who has an ability more than any other to influence the school community and help create an environment in which the minoritized teachers are supported, respected, and embraced. We can think about this activity both as giving sense and, in certain circumstances, as blocking harmful speech. So third and finally, I want to highlight another aspect of Dr. Termeer's proposal, and in particular, a challenge if this were to be applied in the American context. Now, I'll just give you a few thoughts as I realize I'm running quite short on time here. But the idea is this: in the US, we have a teacher shortage, especially a shortage of Black teachers, only about 7% of our teaching population. And we know that Black students flourish when they have same race teachers. And this is also true for students in various other non-white racial and ethnic groups. And so if we think about more of our non-white teachers going into primarily white schools, that presents significant challenges for the minoritized students who would otherwise have had those teachers. So our solutions here are probably also long-term, thinking about increasing the teacher pipeline and diversifying teacher pipeline. Again, that's something that certainly appears relevant in the American context, perhaps not as much in the Israeli context. And I offer that in the spirit of strengthening the proposal as we seek to apply it in new and different contexts. So thank you again, Dr. Termeer, for this, and your colleagues, of course, for this excellent and thought-provoking paper. And I look forward now to hearing what Professor Basu has to say.
Thank you. Like Professor Bowman, I'm going to sort of focus on the US context because it's the one that I'm more familiar with as well. And I think a lot of the comments that I have will be sort of pretty complementary to the comments that we just heard as well. I'm also going to just read my comments because when I timed it, there were exactly 12 minutes, 5 seconds without this like little preliminary bit. And so to try to stay within time and leave lots of time for questions, I'll stick to just what I wrote. So first, I'm going to raise some concerns about this relationship between diversity and polarization. As Termeer said in her opening remarks, we all seem to use polarization in different ways. And so I think it'll be important to try to like clarify exactly what we mean by both like diversity and polarization. Second, I'm going to turn to the contact hypothesis and sort of question whether the presence of minority teachers will really be sufficient to de-bias students. And here I'm going to raise some worries about unintended consequences and backlash effects to the presence of minority teachers in classrooms. And then I want to end by just turning to some of these concerns about like tokenization and unjust distribution of burdens and combating injustice. So first, just with regard to thick diversity and polarization, in her paper, Tamira and her co-authors note this distinction between thin and thick diversity is supposed to be similar to the distinction between thin and thick multiculturalism. And so that prompted me to look back at Tamira's earlier paper, Two Concepts of Multiculturalism, to sort of see how this distinction could be drawn out with the following two aims in mind. First, to get a more worked out account of what precisely thick diversity is, and second, to try to understand better how thick diversity leads to polarization in order to assess the proposed solution to polarization that depends on the ability of teachers from minority groups to, quote, pave their students' way into civic maturity, preparing them to become virtuous, active citizens, end quote. So in Two Concepts of Multiculturalism, Tamir distinguishes between thin multiculturalism, which involves different liberal cultures, and thick multiculturalism that involves both liberal and illiberal cultures. And so for thin multiculturalism, Tamir's example is the debate between English and French-speaking communities. There, the groups share a set of liberal democratic beliefs. The debate is an intra-liberal one. And so because of this sort of shared set of beliefs, quote, disagreements over basic principles do not arise, end quote. Whereas for thick multiculturalism, her example is the French ban on face coverings, which, quote, French officials see as imposing neutrality, whereas Muslims see as a campaign against Islam, end quote. And so this is a deeper disagreement than like the Canadian example, because there's deep disagreement about whether religion can or should remain strictly private. And so if the distinction between thin and thick diversity maps onto this distinction between thin and thick multiculturalism, then it seems that what's central to thick diversity is this lack of shared common beliefs. And I think this plays a key role in this move from thick diversity to polarization. And so with that in mind, I think it would be illuminating to consider how this problem just resembles a familiar way of talking about polarization within epistemology. And so there, like, it's sort of been recognized that if two groups have different prior beliefs, then through purely rational processes, the same piece of evidence can lead them to polarize because those prior beliefs will lead them to update in different ways. And so in light of this, maybe it'd be natural to think, well, maybe this liberal culture of thin diversity or thin multiculturalism is either like more natural or more rational, or at the very least, like less likely to lead to polarization than thick diversity because of that shared set of basic beliefs. But I think it would be a mistake to think that, because although the sort of standard view among social psychologists has been that belief polarization is the result of epistemically irrational processes, there's been a lot of pushback against this in recent years. It's like Tom Kelly has argued that paying more attention to evidence for views we disagree with, something you think would help counteract polarization, actually increases polarization. More strongly, Kevin Dorst has recently argued that many of the kind of reasoning biases that are discussed in the psychological literature, like searching for confirming arguments, interpreting conflicting evidence as confirmatory, and becoming more extreme in reaction to discussion, well, those are actually rational processes. And so on the one hand, demonstrating that polarization is a rational process can help bolster Tamir and her co-author's point that in a polarized society, we can't overcome differences and reduce hostility merely through rational deliberations with one another. But on the other hand, in demonstrating how polarization happens, it's also clear that it's not a problem unique to thick diversity. So in the written comments, I sort of demonstrate this by drawing on the work of Dan Singer and his co-authors, but for time, I'm going to leave out that discussion here. And I just want to note that the lesson we learn is that limited agents, like the kinds of beings that we are, always polarize, and they do so despite only following rational procedures. And it doesn't seem to matter whether they start off with different beliefs or shared beliefs. And so this does teach us that polarization is a structural problem. It's not going to be solved at the individual level. And so this is where Tamir and her co-author's suggestion comes in as a way to structurally combat the effects of polarization by increasing the presence of minority teachers in the classroom. But there are reasons to doubt whether such a strategy will be effective in a highly polarized society. Like maybe we've gone too far for this to be effective. Like consider again, like the United States and this moral panic over critical race theory. Like, although teachers are in a position to change students' minds because of the authority they have in virtue of their position, that is precisely why they are seen as a threat and are targeted in these current debates about critical race theory in schools. And so a process that we see being employed here is what Andre Begbie calls evidential preemption. And this process is sort of central to the creation of echo chambers. And so just to spell these out very quickly, like evidential preemption is most easily recognizable as the following sort of claim. My opponents will tell you that Q, but I say P. As Begbie notes, this is a characteristic of many sort of right-wing pundits. And what evidential preemption does is it turns disagreement into a way of reinforcing the views of the group. And as T. Wen notes in his discussion of echo chambers, quote, by making undermining predictions about contrary testimony, inside authorities not only discredit that contrary testimony, but increase their trustworthiness for future predictions, end quote. And to see this in action, consider how students are warned that universities are full of the illiberal left that are intolerant of conservative viewpoints. That is, students are given this sort of preemptory warning that their teachers will try to undermine their faith or turn them into liberals. And so when someone is evidentially preempted in such a way, then any pushback that they experience in response to their views will be seen as precisely the kind of threat that they were warned against, and that pushback is taken to be evidence of this left-wing conspiracy against conservatives. And this helps to create an echo chamber. And so in the written comments, I go into a bit more detail about echo chambers, and I demonstrate how they resemble precisely the kind of illiberal communities that were Tamir's concern with regard to thick multiculturalism. But now to like sum up this first worry, given these mechanisms of evidential preemption and the creation and maintenance of echo chambers in highly polarized societies, I can't help but wonder if contact with minority teachers will be enough to create a common ground for shared citizenship. And this takes me to my second concern. So contact theory, this idea that increased contact between individuals from different backgrounds can reduce prejudice, is central to Tamir and her co-author's thesis that increasing the number of minority teachers in the classroom will help reduce racial hostilities, creating more virtuous and active citizens that respect diversity. But there are, of course, some unintended consequences and backlash effects that'll sort of call into question to what degree this can be effective. That is, whether the presence of like counter-stereotypical exemplars in the form of minority teachers will be sufficient for reducing prejudice and bias to create more virtuous students. And for both these points, I'm going to be drawing on Alex Madber's work on structural interventions to reduce bias. And the one that I want to focus on just now in these spoken comments is this concern about the ability of stereotypical exemplars in the form of minority teachers and debiasing their students. So one thing that Madber notes is that although undergraduate women are more likely to pursue STEM majors if they have women math and science professors, quote, research increasingly suggests that having women professors has no effect whatsoever on undergraduate men's implicit or explicit stereotypes about math ability and gender. This particular debiasing effect applies only to in-group members, women, rather than out-group members, men. Moreover, even this in-group effect depends on several contingent psychological factors, such as the extent to which individuals perceive themselves to be similar to the counter-stereotypical exemplar. For example, the effect increases when participants believe the exemplar graduated from their own university. But if women believe that the exemplar is an exceptional superstar genius, then the effect reverses. They report fewer career aspirations, think of themselves as less assertive, and they lose interest in math and science, end quote. And so what these sort of unintended consequences or backlash effects call into question is that sort of efficacy of minority teachers to accomplish step 4 in the 8-stage process. That is this blurring of stereotypes. Like just from my own experience, I've kind of lost count of the number of times I've been told, I'm not like those other immigrants. Like what they're saying about immigrants doesn't actually apply to me, or like what they're saying about Indians, if they're careful enough to distinguish Indians from other brown people, doesn't apply to me. like the thing about stereotypes is that they're incredibly resilient to counter evidence, and you can always make exceptions for people. And then the sort of final point I want to sort of raise is just some concerns about typecasting, tokenization, and the kind of compulsory representation that minority teachers will be required to perform. And so I just want to point to like Emmeline Davis's work as sort of documenting more thoroughly the harms that stem from tokenization and typecasting. But I also want to be clear that I'm not saying that the process discussed by Tamir and her co-authors necessarily involves tokenization, but there is a real risk here, and efforts will need to be made to ensure that negative effects don't eventuate for the minority teachers. Because the simple point is that minority teachers shouldn't be used as objects for the betterment of their students. And what I'm reminded of here is how discussions of the benefit of diversity are often presented as primarily a good for white students rather than as a good for Black students, again, within the US context. So a recent study has noted that the instrumental rationale that universities offer, that is that diversity promotes learning or that diversity prepares students for a diverse workplace, those sorts of instrumental rationales are preferred by white students, whereas Black students prefer moral rationales for diversity. That is, it's the right thing to do. It's a matter of justice. And so we find ourselves in the following kind of problematic place, sort of using instrumental rationales in order to preserve white students' sense of belonging at the cost of moral rationales that boost Black students' sense of belonging. And so we have to ask, like, whose interests are being sidelined for whose, and is that just? And so in closing, just as with the concern about minority teachers carrying unjust burdens and correcting for unjust structures present more widely in society, we can ask like this much more general question of like, are there any paths out of an unjust world? And I think this came up a little bit in like the first talk today. Like every path seems to come with a compromise, a trade-off. Every path seems to be inequitable with regard to whom the burdens of justice fall upon. And although it seems inevitable that the burdens of correcting justice will fall disproportionately on the shoulders of those already suffering the worst of the injustices of this world, it's not going to relieve us of this more general point that I've been gesturing at, this sort of obligation that we must ensure we don't inadvertently make things worse, or that we only act in the interests of those already privileged within the system. And that's where I'll end. And I want to once again like thank Tamir and her co-authors for like such an interesting paper, and of course the organizers for this conference for all the work that you've been putting into it. Thank you.
I believe it's, yeah, thanks to all three speakers. That was a terrific paper and pair of comments. Now for moderating the Q&A period, which will go on till about 3:30, I'm going to turn it over to Liz Beaumont and Eric Bierbaum.
Actually, we'd love to have Yuli come on and have a chance to give some responses first.
Wasn't done by little.
No worries.
Sorry, Yuli.
Okay, thank you very, very much for wonderful comments. I think, first of all, we should say nothing will remedy injustice. I mean, this is neither teachers nor legislator. There are lots of, there are lots of hopes that moves will change the system as such. And I'm looking at a much more modest achievement of teaching school communities and children to see individuals as humans and care about their well-being. And that still is a long way from a just society. So I don't delude myself that that's where we're heading, even if we have cross-teaching. I think there is a moment, as it was suggested here in your comments, of collaboration and overlapping interests that is incredibly important and teaches something about working together and trying to, create a community that is somehow, for a very special and limited moment, is more egalitarian than life outside school. I think this is an important moment because you can carry at that moment, in your imagination as how things should be done. And again, that's not a remedy. It will not change everything. As we know in Israel, one crisis, one act of violence can, send you all the way back. We've had this event last year. Years of investment have been ruined and people just go immediately back to their polarized position. And we in our college, and certainly Urud and Ilana and myself were very much engaged in, putting Humpty Dumpty together again. Not easy at all. So I really know that's not a solution for all our problems. I do appreciate very much the comments, and will certainly look more into the question of whether it influences also only the majority, whether the majority, because maybe it is less protective, is more open to changing its views. It's an interesting question that I think should be explored. And we should think about the fact that there is a backlash, actually, to every educational move I know of. There is a backlash, unfortunately. And sometimes the backlash is even worse than the achievement that you intend to bring about. So, I have a whole list of backlashes that I am always worried about. That shouldn't prevent us from trying to create, and to move ahead. And stereotyping will always be there. And the question, is this an example of a Muslim woman in our case, or just this is a very special person who actually is outstanding in a way that couldn't represent the community, will always be there. The more the merrier, the more experiences we have, the more likely we are to think that actually this is a reality. And when I was talking with my colleagues, while writing this paper, I think one of the things that are certainly of interest to us is to see what happens with doctors in Israel, because about 40% of the medical force in Israel now are Arabs. And it's very interesting to see what happens in hospitals, not only in schools. So maybe we will expand our horizon to learn about more examples, to see if and whether we get it right at becoming an authority and being represented in the public sphere, whether it's a school, a hospital, or on television as an authority, changes the way people perceive the minority. By the way, also the majority. It's not that the minority is a great view of the majority, forget about it. It's both sides need a moment of, reflection about their stereotypes.
Thanks, Yuli. And now over to Eric and Liz for the Q&A.
Terrific. Thank you so much for this, and also for bringing up this issue of backlash, which seems to be a huge part of the polarization in our politics and around what's going on with civic education too. So we're going to have our first question from Mark Tushnet.
Thank you. I found this really interesting. I have, in some sense, an empirical question. I wonder whether the beneficial effects that the paper describe or what I think it's John Elster calls essentially a byproduct. That is, the effects occur if you engage in the practice for other reasons, like there's a mismatch of supply and demand for teachers, but they won't occur if you engage in it for the purpose of achieving the effects. So it's not irrelevant here that it's a math teacher that is the teacher of the year, rather than, for example, a teacher of civics or history or whatever. Okay, it's a comment or a question about the sort of evidentiary basis for the policy proposal.
Well, first of all, we need more evidence. As I said, we're just starting to accumulate evidence because this is a rather new process. But you're absolutely right. I think if you bring a teacher to a school in order to defy stereotypes, it won't work. When you bring her to school because there are other interests, that she serves an interest of the students, of the parents, of the community, and then she also is the other, then it works. I think people don't want to be preached. You have the wrong view of this community. See that person as an example. That will not work. That will ruin the whole thing. I think the basis, as we have all, I think all three of us assume, is that there is a common interest, and the interest is the success of the school, the well-being of the students, and so on. And only then that's a second layer, and in this respect, indirect influence on the way we perceive the other.
Next, we have a question from Colin McLeod.
Thanks very much. I found this really fascinating. So I'm interested in the relationship between the cross-teaching proposal and pedagogical content. So in your example, it's an Arab teacher teaching math, and you might think that that can be taught without broaching divisive ideological issues. But I take it that if it was history, there might be questions about the Arab teacher's representation of the Nakba, for instance, in the Israeli context. And in the United States context, you might say, well, suppose the ideological, the divisions that we seek to address, the polarization we seek to address is itself ideological, say between evangelical Christian Republicans and secular liberal Democrats, and the topic is biology and issues of evolution or creationism are at stake. Does the cross-teaching proposal have anything to say about that in relationship between the pedagogical content that's at stake as opposed to the exemplars of other communities?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. First of all, I think you're absolutely right. How lucky we are that the teachers we miss in the Jewish sector are science and math. So no one actually, I think, yet considered placing a Palestinian Israeli teacher as a history teacher, and that would create a lot of debate. However, even the math teacher in a Jewish school creates ideological issues regarding holidays, as I said, ceremonies, and so, and our life in Israel are full of holidays, ceremonies, and very, very sensitive issues. So she's there, and you have to take account of her views, her position. Where is she positioned on Memorial Day? First line, not coming that day. What does she say to the children about her feelings if she does? So that's an excellent question. It's not about teaching the explosive subject. It's about maybe creating, as we say, a bypass in order to create an opportunity to know the other. I should say something we didn't discuss here or in our paper, and still there's a lot of research to be done. Most Jewish teachers who teach in Arab schools teach Hebrew. And that's an explosive issue in itself, though teaching language seems neutral, it isn't in the Israeli situation. And whether, you can think about Canada and think about Canadians who from Ontario coming to teach English in Quebec, that's not a neutral issue. Nevertheless, there seems to be a good experience both to the teachers and to the schools in course teaching, but there's again much to be researched in order to know exactly what happens. I should say also one thing, the teachers who cross teach have a sense of social mission. They don't just come as teachers. They are usually women that wants to make a difference, especially Jews teaching in the Arab sector, but also Arabs teaching in the Jewish sector. They want to teach, but they also want to do something else. So they have an extra sort of leadership skill or leadership motivation that helps them to be leaders and to change the environment.
Great, thank you. Our next question will come from Lucia Raffanelli.
Great, thank you. Thank you for this really interesting paper and great comments. I had a question that sort of builds on some of the comments we've heard already, and especially Professor Basu's comments and sort of latter half of those comments. Because I was also wondering, my sort of instinct is to be optimistic about the contact hypothesis. And of course, the preliminary findings you talk about are promising. But I also wondered, it seemed like there's possibly another way that this could go, which is that the people who are exposed to, say, the quote unquote outgroup teachers start to see those people as sort of, as Professor Basu was talking about, exemplars of the outgroup, sort of exceptional figures. And you might, think that that would cause people to one way that could go is that they could then see everyone in the out group as, oh yes, equal to me and deserving and great, just as the people I know. But another direction that might go is that they just then see, that particular person as a very virtuous, person and continue to see the out group in general in negative terms. And I think, that's sort of the best case scenario of the worst case scenario. I think the worst case scenario of the worst case scenario is that the presence of these sort of exemplars is then used to kind of justify a sort of continuing background inequality between the groups, right? So Kianga Yamada Taylor has written about this in the US context, the sort of presence of prominent Black politicians as something that you might think is sort of invoked as, evidence that, we don't need to sort of really interrogate racial inequality more generally in the US. So just sort of wonder, if you could say something about maybe if you have thoughts about how to avoid that sort of outcome. It's not quite the backlash outcome. It's a slightly different, I think, way that, you might worry that this sort of proposal would sort of enforce or reinforce existing inequalities. Thank you.
Well, you're right. The worst case of the worst case scenario is the children fail the test. And then everybody blames the school and the teachers. So it's not only about successes. It's about coping with, a complex situation where parents have lots of hopes that a good teacher will, help their children succeed if their children fail. That's not only about cross teaching, but it's very often placed on the shoulders of the teacher. If the teacher is Black or Arab or some minority community, that reinforces that. But look, there's so many bad scenarios. I think we can invent one every moment. I think we're trying to find one good one that may work without actually, promising a too rosy future by saying that I think teachers have the potential to change the way people perceive the other. That's maybe the only message. If you take teachers and give them the position of, give them a leadership role within schools and communities, they may be the right people to do the work better than legislator and other people, because they have some sort of empathy towards the children they work with. I think that's something that is almost universal among teachers. This is why they become teachers. So there are a particular community that I think underappreciated, but I think has a potential to be leaders of social change.
Now we'll start taking groups of questions, and we'll do have Sally Haslinger and Jennifer Morton.
Thanks so much for all the questions. All the papers. I thought they were great. So in the United States, there's been a long history of solo Black teachers in white schools, mainly, not utterly segregated, but largely segregated, and white teachers in Black schools. And this in a way connects with Rima's point about the inoculation. There's a trope about this, right? The white savior, right? Okay, there's films, there's novels, because people are going to say, look, this white woman, she changed the Black community. She got the Black community to love white people or whatever. And you see how wonderful she was? And it is a joke. It is like ridiculous. And so in a way, there's already an inoculation against this strategy. And I think if you look at the other way, you also get, oh yeah, look at this lovely, brave, Black male teacher who's gone into this white school, and maybe he's the football coach or something. But anyway, and that gives him, prestige, and people laugh at it, right? Because it's not realistic. And I'm wondering if there's something special about your program that's going to make it different, or whether there's because these seem to be fairly natural experiments, or whether other contexts where this inoculation and hasn't already occurred might it work better, but I just don't see it.
Next, Jen, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. These were such great papers. I really enjoyed all of them and the comments. And I'm trying to figure out how to think about this tension between instrumentalizing minorities, right, which Rima brings up, and at the same time needing to think instrumentally about how we get from here to a better state of affairs. And I was really taken, Rima, by your comments and the challenges you raised, but I'm not entirely sure how we move forward ethically without engaging in some instrumental thinking that's going to take people as vehicles for social change, because that's kind of like the only thing we have, right? And so I'm just wondering, I mean, from Professor Tamir, but also just from Rima a little bit, hear a little bit more about how you think about this.
Thank you. I think the point was about a solo teacher in a school is a very important one. And again, Ruud and Ilana are much more experienced in this than I am. But it's about preparing schools to accept the teacher. It's about working with the teacher's room to accommodate the teacher. It's about supporting the teachers while they are in schools. It's not like dropping a person in the middle of the ocean and see if they can swim. It's about really creating as comprehensive support system as possible for schools and teachers, and preparing schools for the fact that here comes this person, or hopefully more than one, who are in many cases representing something that people are not used to deal with. Unless you have this preparation, if you just send the teacher off and forget about her, and if you don't prepare the teacher for that, by the way, our program hopefully will work better, because we intend to prepare. We already do it, but we hope to scale it. We intend to prepare the teachers for that moment, not being naive about, okay, she'll do it because she's great. So it's a holistic view of this placement. It's not like placing a teacher in a regular job, and even then I think she needs supports, but it's another issue. But because it's a placement with a mission, then you need to give a very comprehensive support system for it to work. And even then, it may fail.
I guess to like jump in very quickly, I don't want to like take up too much from like everyone that's in the queue. Like I should say I ended in quite a pessimistic place of like, maybe there's nothing we can do that's just. I don't think that prevents us from doing anything. It's just that our choices are all bad choices and we're trying to make the least bad choice. And so in this way, like I appreciate like Tommy Shelby's critiques of like Liz Anderson's account of integration, where it's like the greatest burdens of integration are going to be felt by those being forced to move into communities where they are the minority. But we make these sorts of sacrifices not for ourselves, but for the future. And unfortunately, like, yeah, it'll be real bad for a while, but the hope is that it will end up in a more just place. And that's just like, it's just the tragedy of the world that we live in, that those already burdened by the worst of society will have to continue to carry those burdens until we can move to a more just world. I don't think there are any just directions. They're all bad. They're all instrumental. They're all using people as means for the betterment of something else.
So I have a few thoughts to add in here as well. And first, in terms of Black teachers in white schools and white teachers in Black schools, I think is incredibly important to acknowledge the history of desegregation in the US and the burden that put significantly on Black teachers by essentially forcing a lot of them out of work, because even when students were integrated among schools, that did not mean that parents, specifically white parents, were open to their children having Black teachers. And so that's something that was incredibly significant when it happened, and that also has long-lasting effects. And so it's essential to be aware of that. Second, and a second very different point is that I think it's interesting and actually very good that I'm hearing a lot of empirical questions, right? These are things we don't know. And so for me, that also suggests that there are things that we could try, right? And it may be, none of these options are easy. And these options are also very complicated. So to be thinking deeply about what the trade-offs are of different policies and how they impact all members of a community is incredibly important. And then, in my view, trying to implement a system of complementary policies to try and move us through this time of polarization to a better place as a society is a really important thing to be thinking about, and actually part of why I find this conference and the conversations here so encouraging in a lot of ways. These are incredibly difficult problems. There are no easy solutions. If they were, they would have been in place a long time ago. And so I appreciate everyone's deep commitment to thinking about these things and thinking about a number of different possibilities, especially creative ones.
Great, thank you. We're going to have another set of questions, first from Joshua Rabinowitz and then from Steve Macedo.
Yes, thank you for your contributions. And I'd like your thoughts on the following very pessimistic question. Can we ever go from thick polarization to thin polarization / diversity so long as there is a constitutional right for a parent to homeschool her children?
Here's a question I don't know how to answer.
Well, here's another one. I was going to maybe add an even more difficult problem to the difficult problems that you guys are already dealing with and saying very interesting things about, which is in the United States, a big part of the problem is residential segregation and stratification, the extent to which resources have been hoarded in suburbs and disadvantage has been concentrated in cities. And of course, the contact that matters is not just contacts among school kids and teachers and school kids, but among adults. And it's a very hard nut to crack because people's wealth is the greatest single item, the value of the home, which in real estate markets now is enhanced by the quality of schools, which is enhanced by opportunity hoarding and exclusion of minorities. So just a comment on anything to say about the possibilities for a more integrated society. Again, not instrumentalizing minorities, but integration would go both ways. But how to overcome this at the level of residences and adults interaction, not just the level of children, school children, and teachers and education.
Thank you, Steve. This is the most difficult question. Look, schools have been instrumentalized into capitalist assets of parents, and this is where education all over the world has been ruined. So I don't think cross-teaching is going to solve it. Actually, we do cross-teaching because naturally people live in segregated communities, and it's true for ethnic reasons, for class, for really. There are endless reasons to segregate. That's one of our problems now. Cross-teaching is not going to deal with it. Actually, cross-teaching is the sort of a fallback position, saying since communities are not going to reintegrate as long as capitalism exists, then that's something we can do in order not to just accept the reality and give up. I would rather have a revolution, but I tried and I failed. So I'm now to my next less radical solution.
So I can weigh in a bit on the question about homeschooling. And actually, it might be interesting to hear another sentence or two from the questioner, because in the US, about 3 to 4% of children are homeschooled generally, and that definitely varies from one part of the country to another. And so when we're talking about 3 to 4% of children overall, I think the questions about residential segregation and racial isolation across schools and across school districts are much more significant. Racial, demographic in many ways, and also political isolation, I should note. And so in that regard, I'm thinking about the long history of state action and Richard Rothstein's excellent work on this, about how we have a long history of local, federal, and state action that has led to creation of creation and perpetuation of segregated residential areas. And of course, how the school district maps are drawn as well is part of that. And yet that is not something that we have recognized. That's not something our courts have recognized as unconstitutional action. That's not part of de jure segregation. And so in a way, that's a reality that we're dealing with and a reality that we're living with. So I see that as a more significant challenge than the homeschool one, again, mainly because of the limited number of folks in homeschooling situations.
Do you want me, I'm here still, do you want me to give you some more information?
Yeah, please.
If that number started going up because efforts at the kind of civic education that we all would like to go into schools came into schools, if there's this parental right to homeschools, don't you think the percentage would go up? Just like after in the South, everyone left the public schools and started their private schools and stopped taxing themselves for public schools. So it's sort of this background out to keep the problem alive is what I'm getting at.
Okay, interesting. I appreciate that. And I think part of where we are right now, it's again, not only it's not only thinking about a right to choose to homeschool one's child, but it's even more significantly as we think about changes in terms of school finance and folks being able to use tax credits for their kids to attend private schools or vouchers. And that's what I see as more likely to really draw a significant number of folks into an area that perpetuates the sort of problems that you're identifying and that we're talking about.
I have nothing else to add, so you don't have to wait for me.
Great, thank you so much for these very thought-provoking papers and questions. I'd love to jump in with a question of my own. So I'm very interested in Christine having brought up the idea of the interest convergence dilemma and Mark Tushnet's comment that the model proposed by Yuli Tamir and her co-authors is one of suggesting a kind of interest convergence between the needs of schools and school districts and maybe the stealth model of creating more contact and teaching across polarized lines in that way. But my question is, and it kind of goes back to Derek Bell's thoughts about the interest convergence dilemma. On the one hand, it does seem that we're at a moment where in order to do the kind of civic education that's most needed, we have to find ways that are politically palatable and in some ways acceptable to groups that really have such a limited view and such a very problematic view of what kind of civic education we should be trying to provide, that trying to find the space of the interest convergence dilemma is really hard, and in fact might wind up doing kind of further injustice to the groups that are in most need of kind of being brought into the democratic fold and empowered as citizens. And so I guess maybe I'm kind of pushing both on Christine and Yuli here to say, is this pragmatism, is this the best that we can hope for? And is there a way to make it work that it does not just continue doing more injustice to the groups that have already been excluded, oppressed, minoritized, and so on? Or are we just sort of in this non-ideal world where the best we can do is the pragmatic approach of kind of do what we can in the ways that we can and hope that that starts to sort of slowly push the window forward for maybe being able to do more in future days?
I think, I don't know if that's the best we can do. I think it's a good thing that we can do. And I think it does create some sort of an overlap of interest, which I think is an interesting way of seeing the whole situation. As Uru just wrote to me, well, most of the Palestinian Arab teachers the teaching Jewish schools are actually well-qualified teacher, maybe better than the teacher who remain within the Arab society, because they have the courage to live to another community, to think about the situation of a traditional Muslim woman moving from her village to teach somewhere else in Israel. This in itself shows that she's not, she's more independent, more maybe able to sort of act by her, be motivated by her, the vision of working in a mixed community. So in that respect, I would say these teachers are excellent teachers, and the principals want them and the parents want them and so on. So there is a sense of overlapping sort of interests. Whether that is enough, obviously not, but it is, it's a beginning. And again, what I'm looking for, really being a veteran of, all sorts of struggles to create a more cohesive society, is a foot in the door. If you have a foot in the door, maybe you can go a little bit further. As I said, I'm not deluding myself that this is a beginning of a major change. I think it's a beginning, and it could be accumulative if it happens first in schools, then in hospitals, then maybe in the media, something changes. And I have a lot to say about what's happened recently in the Israeli society, which is surprisingly, I have never said it, or I haven't said it for many years, a little bit optimistic, and maybe sort of an indication of a social change that is promising. I'll be very modest about it, but still, I would like to sort of put in an optimistic note.
Our last two questions come from Jeffrey Lenovitz and myself. Jeff.
Hi, thank you so much for this engaging and really interesting conversation and presentations. I guess I just had a question if we're really talking about polarization at all, or rather just racism and religious discrimination. These are certainly connected. They are certainly two things that we would want civic education initiatives to tackle. And they're often causally connected and related, but they're still different. So I guess, and that's the conversation has been kind of operating under the assumption that, racism and polarization are, they overlap precisely, but what happens when they don't? So for instance, what would cross teaching look like if polarization wasn't solely or mainly along racial or religious lines, or lines that are physically obvious? Then it would be impossible to have the kind of indirect effects that would come from someone looking like the other, but teaching you science. So I wonder if this is something like a policy that, when it works, would work when there's this kind of particular overlap on these kind of existing cleavages rather than on some other kinds of distinctions. But thank you all.
I wanted to follow up on Rima's use of evidential preemption, because bringing in last night's keynote lecture, if I want to guard against an argument that my opponent's about to make in a debate format, and I'm teaching competitive debate, I will use that preemption precisely because it's quite effective at setting up those sort of epistemic guards. So in some ways, last night's keynote was defending a version of that you might allow. I'm interested in a particular form of that, where you use evidential preemption to weaponize a certain epistemic injustice, right? So you don't just say, well, look what they're about to argue. You say, look at the stakes that they have in this debate. And so if it's a teacher of color, that could be weaponized. You could use that preemption in a way to say, notice the stakes. And then, of course, as you know well, Rima, this literature suggests that even if there ought not be, as a conceptual matter, this kind of epistemic injustice, psychologically, people are inclined to sort of demote the credence they might put in someone who has a high stake in a particular debate that is coming out of a civic education debate. And so I just wonder if am I classifying that right? Is that a kind of evidential preemption? And how concerning do you take that kind of class of items to be?
I think it's a question for you, Rima.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, Eric, could you just say that again? So what precise, so compared to like debate where you're like preparing someone to like disagree with the counter view that's put forward, how does, oh, I didn't quite see the relationship between that and the sort of classroom setting that was the focus of Tamir's paper.
Oh, sure. So in your example, the students are told before they enter the classroom, right, that you're going to hear these kind of arguments, your teacher is going to try to convert you. And I wondered whether that could be further weaponized if they don't just warn them against it in a preemptive way, but also note that your teacher has a skin in this game, right? There's a sense in which they are a high stakes member of this group, and that could then be further used to sort of undermine what they say. It might be that it's just an example, evidential preemption working hand in hand with a kind of epistemic injustice. It may not be that this is a type of a preemption.
Yeah, I definitely think they're sort of working hand in hand in that sort of case. And I think this comes back to sort of some of the stuff that was brought up in the earlier comments of like the classroom setting is never going to be enough to sort of meet these sorts of goals, because they're always like, especially in the US context, it's like the parents going to school boards who are doing this sort of work to ban books and prevent teachers from teaching on topics that are important, to like creating like virtuous students. And there's only so much a teacher in a classroom can do when there's all of this other stuff that's going on in the background as well. And as important as it is to have minority teachers for like a majority group, but also minority teachers for like minority students, like this sort of greater like social conditions make many of these injustices even worse and even harder to combat.
Well, I think again, Ruth wrote in the chat about, you know, when an Arab teacher tries to say to children, I want to teach you something about a mosque or about my religion, parents may say, you know, she's trying to convert them. But I think the essence of what we're talking is about indirect speech rather than, I think if you go, by the way, this is true not only for teachers, I've been part of negotiations all my life, all my adult life. You go and, you know, hit the nail on its head and there's an explosion. You go around it and you try to solve or talk about other issues, you start building some sort of a dialogue. So in many ways, I'm one of these people who don't believe that deliberative democracy can work if we all have an idea, let's sit around the table and talk about it and rationalize about it. If it's a real polarized society, that leads immediately to explosion. But if you say, you know, I don't know, thank God for the climate crisis, we all want clean air. Then suddenly people understand that we all want clean air and our children Langs and their children Langs suffer the same. That's something that can ignite a dialogue. And I'm all for indirect, I know I'm sort of a minority probably in this audience, but I'm all for indirect negotiations rather than like, go ahead and tackle the issue. It never worked.
Okay, thanks everyone for all those great questions. I found it sort of a dizzying mix of optimism and pessimism. Before closing, let me just ask the three panelists if they have any last thoughts that they'd like to add. Starting with you, Lee, if she'd like, or she can wait and have the last word if she'd like, but would you guys like to say anything sort of looking over the session as a whole?
So there were some comments and questions about pragmatism and, you know, is this the best we can do? And so I wanted to offer a final thought on that I don't think this is an either or. I think this is really a both and. And so when I'm drawn to thinking about pragmatic solutions, it's not because I think those are necessarily the best solutions if we had all to really choose from. It's from the idea of thinking about problems like this as things that we need to tackle many different ways, from the top, from the bottom, all different facets. And also thinking about some things that we can achieve in the short term that hopefully help us work towards more long-term, more ideal goals. So again, I appreciate very much this panel and all of the wonderful questions and comments. It's really been a delight to be here with all of you today.
The one thing that, oh, sorry, thank you. So one thing that I started to think about in response to some of the comments that Liz was bringing up in her question, why I missed part of Eric's question because I was typing up my thoughts on this, was how important trust is to building these sorts of relationships within the classroom. And I feel like trust doesn't get sort of enough airtime. It's like this very important like building block in these relationships that help you sort of overcome sort of these sorts of differences. But even here, I want to like this sort of dizzying like oscillation between like pessimism and optimism. Like the pessimistic side is, well, I guess the optimistic and then the pessimistic side is that from my own experience, like I've been involved in a lot of like prison education programs and sort of going in and teaching philosophy in prisons, or like teaching philosophy in like Title I high schools, or like other like students who wouldn't ordinarily get the opportunity to take philosophy until they get to college, if they ever even get to go to college, because that's yet another injustice in this world. And then the challenge you face is like, how do you get investment from those students in what you're saying? Because you're very clearly coming in as an outsider. And also with this accent coming across as this very pompous outsider. Like, what on earth do you have to say that could relate to like what we're doing? How on earth does reading Descartes like have anything to do with like our interests here? And so trying to build trust in those sorts of relationships is always like that first hurdle. But that's a very different like coming in as an outsider experience than coming in as an outsider trying to get someone to recognize your humanity, to try to get someone to recognize that you are a person. And that kind of like trust building exercise, I have to say I feel very lucky that I've not had to experience like trying to convince someone to treat me as a person with respect. Maybe there are some circumstances where I have experienced that, but at least in the classroom haven't had those sorts of challenges to my authority. And so I just wonder, like, again, for my own interest, like, how do you build those sort of trusting relationships in those sort of contexts where it's really your humanity? That's that question.
And Yuli, if you have some closing thoughts.
Just to say, really thank you for inviting us to write this paper and think about these issues. That was a fantastic experience for the three of us, for Ilana, Ruud, and myself. And thank you for wonderful, wonderful comments. We'll certainly follow up on some of them. I think they are thought-provoking. And, you know, unfortunately, this dazzling combination between optimism and pessimism is called reality. So we have to cope with what we have and try to move on. And thank you again for inviting us.
Okay, thanks you, Yuli, and Professors Bowman and Basu. Really interesting session. Thanks again to everyone for great comments and questions. Before we take our break, let me just remind you the third and final session with a lead presentation by Justin Driver will start at 4 p.m. So we hope to see you all back then.
Thank you.
Our final panel for this Nomos volume. And as Liz and I, as co-editors, it's a lot of fun putting together one of these collections. You get to imagine many possible worlds, imagine conversations that weren't likely to happen, but for this unique round robin style format. And then you also are then, you know, when your expectations are exceeded, it's even more pleasurable. And so that's been a representation of yesterday and today for the two of us. So we want to thank everyone for really living up to the conversations we hope you would have. And we also want to recognize Steve Macedo, our outgoing president, who under whom his leadership with Jim by his side, you know, has really, I think that the state of the society is as strong as ever. And next year, when we gather in person, we want to have a strong component that is still bringing in a global set of people, a truly hybrid event that we hope we would have this year. But I think we're committed to having in as much as possible next year. So Steve, thank you for all your service, and you'll be the chair of this panel, so I'll hand it to you.
Okay, Eric, thank you very much. And thanks again to the Safra Center folks for their stewardship of this, and Eric and Liz for organizing. And don't forget to join us for the virtual cocktail afterwards, which Zoom link for which is in your the general message to all, not just the panelists, but to all attendees. And I want now to welcome Justin Driver, the Robert Slaughter Professor of Law at Yale Law School and author of the widely acclaimed The Schoolhouse Gate, Public Education, the Supreme Court, and the Battle for the American Mind. Delighted to have him with us. I'll go ahead and introduce both commentators now, and you all can just come right in after Justin has finished. The first commentator will be Jennifer Morton, who is professor of philosophy at the University of Pennsylvania. And she's the author of Moving Up Without Losing Your Way, The Ethical Costs of Upward Mobility, which was our freshman pre-read here at Princeton. And I saw her a few weeks ago for that. Congratulations on that, Jennifer, and delighted to see you. And our second commentator, Lisa Garcia Bedoya, who is professor of politics at UC Berkeley, and also the vice provost for graduate studies and dean of the graduate division, and the author of many books, including the co-authored Talking Politics, Political Discussion Networks, and the New American Electorate. Wonderful to have you with us, Lisa. Our paper author will have about 20 minutes if he can do that, and our commentators each about 10 to 12 minutes. And then we will open it for discussion with Eric and Liz presiding over that. So welcome, Justin, and thank you for being with us.
Thanks so much, Steve. I'm really glad to be here, and thanks for the generous introduction. I'm really grateful to you and to the Safra Center, and certainly to Eric and Liz for organizing this event. And I'm also grateful to the commenters, of course, Jennifer and Lisa. I'm really delighted to have this sort of cross-disciplinary exchange about this most pressing topic. The title of my paper is Civic Education, Students' Rights, and the Supreme Court. So I'll just dive right in, and I look forward to the exchange, as I say. Toward the end of every year, in a practice that has dated back decades, the Chief Justice of the United States has released a document titled Year-End Report on the Federal Judiciary. The document's about as interesting as it sounds in most years. Indeed, despite the New Year's Eve timing, these reports consistently elicit less celebration than somnolence. The sort of typical report will focus on the stagnant salaries of Article III judges and how many opinions that the Supreme Court issued during the prior term. And these topics are painstakingly illustrated with bar graphs and the occasional chart. Even among the closest of Supreme Court watchers, these annual reports seldom garner sustained attention, as they seem almost deliberately calculated to evade notice. In 2019, however, Chief Justice John Roberts issued that rarest of items, a year-end report that actually proved momentous. In that report, he focused on the judiciary's myriad connections to civic education. He talked about the way that justices should be understood as engaging in the enterprise of civic education by writing opinions. He noted Chief Justice Earl Warren's Brown versus Board of Education opinion spanned 11 pages and was designed to be able to be reproduced in newspapers all across the country. And he identified several other areas where the judiciary is connected to civic education. And he also issued a pretty dire proclamation. He says, we have come to take democracy for granted, and civic education has fallen by the wayside. I think the Chief Justice is correct on that score. And it often seems that agreeing to disagree, often angrily, is the only thing that Blue America and Red America can agree upon. I do think that the nation would be served by attempting to identify some common ground on the question of civic education, rather than fighting only about what should not be taught in schools. It seems profitable to spend at least some time thinking about what should be taught in schools that could plausibly garner widespread support. I do think that it is worth noting, despite our divided nation, that the issue of civic education is one that elicits some bipartisan agreement, at least on occasion. Senator Chris Coons, Democrat from Delaware, Senator John Cornyn, Republican of Texas, have introduced some legislation that's designed to try to increase attention and the promotion of civic education. Justices Neil Gorsuch and Sonia Sotomayor, who are often in sharp disagreement, have made a number of joint appearances together trying to draw attention to this, this most important topic. And the concerns about civic education are not a product of sort of panic, but instead are grounded in genuine concerns and well-founded concerns about the state of civic awareness. One could marshal many statistics here. I'll focus on ones particularly related to the judiciary that suggest that civic education and civic awareness is lower than it should be, including upon very basic facts. And here I'm drawing on the Annenberg Public Policy Center, which has found that in recent years, nearly 1/3 of American adults thought that Supreme Court opinions could be appealed to some sort of, a higher body, at least higher judicial body. Fewer than half of American adults understood that when the Supreme Court issues a decision that's 5-4, that it carries the same sort of precedential weight as a unanimous decision. And one could go on in this vein. So even the most basic sort of facts about our governmental system are in short supply. So the Chief Justice's year-end report identified several areas where the judiciary is connected to civic education. He spoke about then Judge Garland's sort of routine of tutoring students at DC Public Elementary School. And with this paper, I'm attempting to, in effect, amplify Chief Justice Roberts's call for connecting the judiciary to civic education. Indeed, I'm trying to amplify it perhaps more loudly than he ever envisioned. I seek to promote what I'm terming here a student-centered approach to civic education. Of course, virtually all advocates of civic education would readily assert that their preferred models center the concerns of students. Exactly no one boasts of teacher-centered civic education, or even more improbably, principal-centered civic education, AL, of course, PAL rather than PLE. But student-centered civic education differs from many approaches by featuring the historic struggles for students' constitutional rights as the very touchstone of civic education. The approach foregrounds the major constitutional decisions that have shaped the everyday lives of students across the nation. It is simultaneously retrospective and prospective, teaching students about the hard-fought constitutional struggles that young people waged yesteryear and encouraging today's students to critically evaluate the contours of their rights in contemporary American society. A student-centered civic approach to civic education thus not only frames students as active participants in shaping our constitutional order, but it also positions them to become engaged, able stewards of our constitutional democracy going forward. So I'll begin by identifying several salutary developments that come from student-centered approaches to civic education. I'll interact with a few of the potential objections to this approach. And then I'll close by proposing how advocates might pursue the urgent task of civic education reform. Okay, so the benefits. The chief virtue of student-centered approach to civic education is that it undertakes comprehending the relationship between the people and their government in a way that is tangibly, palpably connected to the daily lives of adolescents. Many, perhaps even most high school students view relatively abstract constitutional concepts like, say, federalism or the separation of powers, executive authority, Article 5's amendment process, as being utterly disconnected from the matters about which they care most. But highlighting constitutional conflicts involving students and the limitations that judicial opinions have placed on school authority hits young people where they spend vast portions of their waking hours. Young people are interested in young people, and it seems to me that we should avail ourselves of this opportunity. This is certainly true for my own children, who with their rather scarce television time, watch shows focused on the lives of young people. So here I'm trying to capitalize upon this. The facts of leading cases involving students' constitutional rights will, I suggest, fascinate and captivate students in a visual fashion that no other civic education topic can match. So here are a few of the questions that students should encounter in such a class. Should schools be able to force students who participate in extracurricular activities to provide urine samples for drug testing, even if educators have no individualized suspicion of wrongdoing? Should schools be able to punish students for not following directions or for talking in class by striking them forcefully with a 2-foot-long wooden paddle 20 times? Should schools be able to strip search students in an effort to locate ibuprofen tablets, even when there is no reason to believe that students have secreted forbidden pain relievers in their undergarments? Should schools be permitted to ban unauthorized immigrants from obtaining elementary and secondary educations? Should schools be able to punish a cheerleader by removing her from the junior varsity squad for an entire year for posting a vulgarity on social media to vent her frustration from being cut from the varsity team? Obviously, these facts are all drawn from real-life Supreme Court disputes, and there are many others that raise important questions in American society, including, say, the ability of school districts to use race to promote racial integration in our nation's public schools. The student-centered approach to civic education also drives home the important lesson that young people have made invaluable contributions to our constitutional order. You could think about focusing on the travails that have attended young people in their struggles to vindicate their constitutional rights. In my book, The Schoolhouse Gate, I try to put a spotlight on many of the individual students and their families, including the Tinkers. It seems to me that oftentimes students are standing up against not only their schools, but also their surrounding communities when they seek to vindicate their constitutional rights. Another virtue of student-centered civic education is that it instills young people with respect, at least potentially, for longstanding constitutional values at a time when some of those values have come under attack. It is no secret that many young people today harbor grave skepticism about the First Amendment's utility, by which I mean here freedom of speech. Free expression, many people on the left in particular, is viewed as either a shield to protect the powerful or a cudgel to bash the powerless. But if students learned at a formative age how major causes have successfully harnessed the power of free speech in schools, it may well help them to appreciate at least some of the value of the free exchange of ideas. You would talk here just not about only the Tinkers, but also the civil rights activists in Mississippi during the 1960s who availed themselves of their free speech rights in order to promote ideas about racial equality. Obviously, the nation's college campuses have seen a lot of unrest about matters of free speech. And it seems to me that it's at least plausible that some of what we see on college campuses is attributable to the relatively low regard for free speech that is found in too many of our nation's public schools. Student-centered civic education would not, I want to emphasize, have pupils simply learn about judicial decisions involving their constitutional rights in a passive manner. To the contrary, the material lends itself to active debate among the students about the appropriate scope of constitutional rights in school. You could imagine teachers devising mock exercises that have the class take competing positions on the value of free expression and the ability of schools to police student speech. And it seems to me that if students do not begin learning how to disagree with their peers in the school setting, that disagreements beyond the school setting will take on all too often the ad hominem attacks that are a disconcertingly familiar staple of our politics and our broader constitutional culture. In these mock judicial settings where students are getting up to take opposing sides of a contested issue in American society, you could imagine trying to have students offer a position and adopt a position that runs counter to their own expressed views. When students advocate a legal position that they do not actually hold, it requires them to contemplate and voice the most compelling arguments on the other side. This exercise of walking in the shoes of one's opponents encourages a measure of empathy for people with whom they might often disagree. This empathic understanding could play some role in helping to reduce polarization. It is often difficult to demonize people on the other side of an issue when you have taken their views seriously and even articulated them yourself. One theme that it seems to me that students should explore in a student-centered civic education course is how the Supreme Court itself has construed schools as shaping citizens. The many Supreme Court opinions do view the Supreme Court as creating citizens. That's true in majority opinions and dissenting opinions, including in, say, the Tinker case itself. It seems to me that Justice Abe Fortas offered a relatively robust conception of citizenship, where students are mixing it up on the topics of the day, and you can almost hear elements of Tocqueville and the clamor that defines American society. And Fortas suggests that it would be impermissible to have our schools be enclaves of totalitarianism, where the only message that's permissible is the state's own message. Underappreciated is that Justice Black also believes that schools are responsible for creating citizenship, but in contrast to Justice Fortas's thick conception of citizenship, Justice Black articulates what we could regard as a report card conception of citizenship, where the focus is on paying attention to your P's and Q's, not getting out of line, obedience, playing nicely with others, and things of that nature. And it seems to me that it would be profitable for students to actively debate which vision of citizenship is the more appropriate model. It's a relatively subtle second order virtue of citizenship that comes from civic education. And that is that having teachers and students focus on students' constitutional rights could play some role in helping to prevent some of the more egregious violations of those rights that occur in public schools with great frequency, I'm sorry to say. A teacher, that is, who leads a classroom discussion on West Virginia versus Barnett, which prohibits schools from requiring students to salute the American flag, I think would be unlikely to require students to salute the American flag upon penalty of punishment. These things do happen far too often in our country. In my paper, I talk about how a student just a couple of years ago was arrested after he refused to pledge allegiance to the American flag. And if there were schools that were promoting civic education, it seems to me that it's possible that the teacher who leads such a course would be a resource for administrators. I think that oftentimes teachers are unaware of the broad outlines of students' constitutional rights. And so this would help to, as I say, promote civic education. Diminishing the flagrant constitutional violations that exist in schools would be valuable in its own right. It also seems to me that the diminution might tamp down a significant and underappreciated source of political polarization. The culture wars, to use a phrase from the 1990s, are often waged on the terrain of our nation's public schools. Our media outlets seize upon particular violations of constitutional rights, elevate those infractions, and then in effect get people riled up. And it seems to me that the media outlets that are factionalized focus on very different types of constitutional violations, including, say, the New York Times will focus on students being punished for wearing Black Lives Matter t-shirts to school. And Fox News will focus on an infraction by a school where a school said that students could paint their parking spaces. And one student in Louisiana featured an image of President Trump in his parking spot, a patriotic image of President Trump. And the school sort of painted over with black paint that particular image. And so the fact that the competing media outlets focus on the elements that will get their particular readers riled up ends up as a source of polarization in its own right. It seems to me that these stories garner a tremendous amount of attention for a couple of reasons. One is that they're relatively low barriers to entry, whereas having a view on a long-standing sort of struggle in the Middle East may require some years of knowledge. Everybody more or less went to school and can have some visceral idea about the proper place of schools. And the second thing is that these stories tend to elicit strong normative assessments from readers, and they're designed to elicit a deep emotional reaction. And given that readers curate their own personalized media landscapes and media diets, it seems to me that these stories are going to reinforce their ideological inclinations, as they're going to believe that the things that they hold most dear are under attack from the nation as a whole. One could imagine, many objections to the student-centered model of education. Some people might suggest that student-centered education is a bad idea because students ought not have constitutional rights in the first instance. I think that's a radical view, given that the Supreme Court has articulated a whole host of constitutional rights that exist in the nation's public schools. And so to draw back on those, as some people would prefer, would be disastrous, I think, and teach our students a very dangerous lesson about the overpowering force that schools are able to bring to bear in these institutions. Other readers may object to student-centered civic education on the ground that it neglects what should be the core mission. If the ultimate goal is to prepare students to engage responsibly in civic society for the long haul, it is foolish for civic education to focus only on the school rather than on the various spheres that they will occupy as adults. Although this objection may initially seem plausible, perhaps even devastating, I think that there are numerous troubles with the critique. It overlooks the fact that there are often no sharp dividing lines between the constitutional rights of minors on the one hand and the constitutional rights of adults on the other. Instead, minors typically enjoy one set of constitutional rights in school, and they enjoy what is sometimes misapprehended as the adult set of rights outside of school. When students are in the public park after school, for example, they usually enjoy First Amendment rights that are coextensive with adults. There are certainly a couple of exceptions, but that's the general trend. Extending this point, it is important to realize that a palpable relationship links the constitutional rights of students and the constitutional rights that protect people, minors and adults alike, in non-school settings. In many areas of the law, students' rights can be viewed as diluted or junior varsity versions of the constitutional rights that exist beyond the schoolhouse gate. So it seems to me that learning about constitutional rights in school will help students appreciate the constitutional rights that they hold in non-school settings. More broadly, student-centered civic education's effort to foreground opinions involving the constitutional rights of students does not mean that those opinions are the only content that would be covered in such a curriculum. Instead, my claim is that content about students' constitutional rights would serve as a foundation and then invite students to appreciate some larger dynamics that exist in American society. And I would want students to have important debates about the legitimacy, the correctness, and the incorrectness of these various decisions. I could imagine important debates about the media that would drive from Hazelwood versus Kuhlmeyer involving school newspapers, and importantly about opportunity that exists in American society that would flow from San Antonio Independent School District versus Rodriguez, the foundational case that deals with beating back school financing equity claims. Okay, so how should people go about promoting student-centered civic education? You know, one plausible idea would be through litigation, and perhaps that's the default that would be expected from a law professor. There is some effort underway in this vein, as Eric mentioned earlier today, out of Rhode Island. And while I applaud the sort of creativity that animates this lawsuit, I think that it is quite implausible that the current Supreme Court, as currently constituted, would be receptive to these sorts of claims. I think that a more plausible approach would be to start a presidential commission on civic education. And I understand that there are many critics of civic education, but it does seem to me that they may be able to serve as a focal point for educators. In a commission that embraces student-centered civic education, would I hope include student centered civic education model lesson plans that would excerpt Supreme Court opinions so that they would be easily digestible for students, and offer lessons about how how teachers might get students to engage in this area. It's a maximum among teachers. They should beg, borrow, and steal from lesson plans that actually work. And this appendix that I'm envisioning would give people an opportunity to do this. The commission's appendix would indeed serve as a one-stop shopping place for teachers focusing on student-centered education. The commission, in my view, would not be responsible for mandating that particular topics be taught. Instead, the commission would build on the abundant existing resources in this domain to devise a model that teachers and local school districts would be welcome to adopt and to adapt. And I should say that one important resource in this area is Congressman Raskin's We the Students, Supreme Court cases for and about students. And I do think that many people would be interested in having students learn the contours of students' constitutional rights, provided that it is a backdrop for them thinking about what students' constitutional rights should be. I do think that this presidential commission that I'm proposing would make some sense politically. Obviously, President Trump started the 1776 Commission, which was very much designed with sort of civic education in mind, and hoped that sort of schools would figure out a way to implement some of the ideas that animated that report. Some people have suggested that President Biden's rescinding of that report means that it's simply going to disappear. That seems, in my view, to be wishful thinking. Just as President Trump continues to cast a very long shadow across our American political scene, the 1776 Commission report is accessible to people all around the country who have an internet connection. And it seems to me that it would behoove President Biden to offer some affirmative vision of civic education. Focusing on the content of students' constitutional rights as articulated by the Supreme Court would also, I believe, enable President Biden's commission to minimize some of the polarizing disputes that have proved insoluble during recent decades. In Chief Justice Roberts's year-end report, he said, civic education, like all education, is a continuing enterprise and conversation. I agree with Chief Justice Roberts on this score, even though I disagree with many of the decisions that he's written as a Supreme Court justice. But I do think that President Biden's commission on the civic enterprise has a nice ring to it, suggesting as it does that the civic education is a collaborative, difficult undertaking that commands and demands significant effort. Before closing, I just want to offer two final statements that, this talk that I'm giving is driven by some personal experiences that are a couple of decades apart. One of them is that after I graduated from college, I got certified to teach public school at Duke University. And as part of that, I led a class in learning civics education for ninth graders. And as part of that, we did pay some attention to Tinker. And we had the students debate the free speech in schools. And I really did see them come alive. And they really got into the task of role playing, including those who were assigned the role of school administrators. So I did this long before I ever thought about becoming a constitutional law professor, but I've seen this work up close. And the second thing is a more recent experience that I've had the honor of serving as a faculty advisor to a long-standing program that places law students from Yale in New Haven's public schools and permits them to teach a student-centered civic education course. My role in this program is quite modest, but I do meet with the students, and sometimes I will visit a class. And just a couple of years ago, I went to a New Haven public school, one with a virtually all Black and Latino student population, a majority of whom are eligible for free lunch. And after I made my way to the classroom, I witnessed the students at the New Haven Public School engaged in a very spirited debate about a hypothetical case involving a principal who may well have violated a student's First Amendment's rights. And as it was an incredibly invigorating session, as the students began filing out, I heard one young Black woman say quietly to a classmate, "I want to be a judge when I grow up." So it's my fervent hope that expanding the student-centered model of civic education will inspire young people around the country to endorse similarly civic-minded ambitions. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me, Eric and Elizabeth. Thanks to Steve for the book promotion. Did not expect that. Yeah, especially thank you to Professor Driver for such a rich paper. I'm delighted to have the chance to discuss it today. So I think we are facing a crisis in civic education. That's why we're all here. And there's this impasse in thinking about possible solutions because as I think Professor Driver's paper brings out, we're going to need to find some sort of bipartisan common ground. And what's kind of brilliant about thinking about the schoolhouse cases as a potential starting point for how to find a common ground is it, well, one, it's pedagogically incisive, right? So I think he's right that students get excited in talking about other students like themselves, about their schools, about their own rights. And so I think it's intrinsically engaging. And also, I think it's potentially a place where you could find bipartisan agreement because, you know, who would be against learning about the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court opinions? It seems like that would be a good place to start. I fear, however, that when we think through this proposal in practice, we will not avoid the kind of bitter partisan divides that Professor Driver seeks to circumvent. More problematically, I'm going to suggest that this approach is in tension with another critical aim of education, enabling students to reimagine the terms on which our society is built, including the Constitution and the legal processes it enshrines. By taking Supreme Court opinions as a launching pad for a civics course, I think we might end up tethering civic education too closely to our institutions as they are, rather than offering tools to students for thinking about how these institutions ought to be. Now, somebody might think that one of the aspects of Professor Driver's approach is that it's flexible and maybe can help us sort of Trojan horse, right? A more radical vision of civic education. But I think if we go down that road, as I'm going to argue, we're going to run afoul of this bipartisan desideratum that, given the problem, the practical problem we confront, is actually really important. In my conclusion, I'm going to suggest that Professor Driver's approach may still be the best we can do given our current political climate, but this is not because you know, because of what we would want out of civic education ultimately, but rather how far we've come from a well-functioning civic society. And so it might be that going back to basics, as I will argue, is a good approach here. Okay, so in the first paper in this conference, I think we saw some of this tension between thinking about civic education more narrowly, right, as understanding how government works, the basics of the Constitution, the rights and obligations of citizens, or thinking about it more broadly as instilling the knowledge, reasoning, and other civic skills that allow students to become the kind of citizens who improve on our existing social compact. And you might think of schools as the battleground between these two ways of thinking about civic education. And Professor Driver is proposing a way of trying to thread the needle between these two approaches. In the spirit of his pedagogically sensitive approach, let me start with the classroom. So I often teach political philosophy, and in these classes, we discuss issues that are central to civics, the terms under which we can live together as a political community. Now, students who are new to philosophy are often unsure as to what counts as good arguments or good evidence, and right, and as we do philosophy together, I hope to impart to them that kind of knowledge. But one thing that students will always try in their arguments, or a few students will inevitably try, is something like X is right because the Constitution protects X or enshrines X, or X is wrong because X is forbidden by the Constitution. Now, within philosophy, these are not good arguments, but they stem from an understandable confusion about the difference between the normative standing of the legal framework in which we all live and the critical questions that I'm asking them to consider about how to justify that framework, right? And I think in this example, we can see some of the gaps in the primary and secondary civic education that students are receiving. So first, and in his paper, Professor Driver stresses this point, students have a very perfunctory understanding of the Constitution, of the First Amendment. So even though a lot of students in my classes will invoke the First Amendment, they really know little about how the First Amendment has been used in practice, its limitations, its power. Second, too many students graduate from high school not having had the opportunity to think critically about the political and legal institutions in which they live within the classroom. So many students have this kind of critical political impulse, and they go on social media, they talk to each other, they might be organizing around issues that they care about, but they often haven't had the experience of thinking about these issues critically and systematically within the classroom. Finally, students, I think, are not given the opportunity to think creatively. And here I want to invoke the idea of the political imagination that came up in the first session about how our political, legal, and social institutions could be better and different than they are. Too often, they take as necessary features of our system that are anything but. And all of these I see as deficits in civic education. So the Schoolhouse Cases approach to civic education has potential to make inroads here, right? So in the first place, learning about a case like Tinker would give students a better understanding of the First Amendment, of free speech, historically, and so on. And understanding a case like Tinker can also allow students to think critically about the educational institutions through which they move. Right. So the drive that motivated those students to don Black armbands is a critical political one. And learning about these students can inspire and validate that same motivation in today's students. But it is with respect to the third goal, rethinking the terms of our political project, that I think the limitations of the Schoolhouse Case approach become more evident. So one way of understanding Tinker is that it shows us the power of the First Amendment to protect the rights of students, right? And in doing so, you might think it enshrines the brilliance of the document and sets the limits of the debate. It takes the Constitution's authority as a closed question. Here I'm using the Anna Hess and Paul McAvoy's language. Now, another approach to Tinker would encourage students to take the Constitution's authority to be an open question. So you might think, in the age of social media, one might ask, is the Constitution limited in the guidance it can offer us out of the morass of misinformation that we find ourselves in? So to take the First Amendment's authority within our shared political project as unsettled would require that students consider alternatives and think creatively about what a better system might be. Now, I contend that it's the second approach that we should encourage in thinking about civic education. But I think here's where we start to see this tension in how we might actually put Driver's proposal into practice. So to further make my case, let me turn to Brown versus Board of Education, which of course is a seminal case in the Schoolhouse Cases that would compromise the material for Driver's approach. So one way of looking at Brown is as a victory for racial equality. And there are some that wouldn't be inclined to teach Brown in this way. And we might imagine this playing very well in an affluent majority white suburban school, right? So Driver writes in his wonderful book, Brown, properly understood, provided supporters of racial equality with a powerful rhetorical and moral weapon that helped to catalyze the nation towards the goal of racial equality. Nevertheless, it's precisely its rhetorical power that might obscure questions that we should be asking in a civic education classroom, right? So another analysis of Brown put forward by critical legal theorists, and Derek Bell has already come up multiple times in this conference, would have us understand the case very differently. Right? So it would have us understand Brown as actually a way of appeasing calls for racial equality and not really substantially changing the segregated system that we have. This reading of Brown might be more resonant to the many Black and Brown low-income students who still attend segregated schools, right? Because they would read Derek Bell or be exposed to some of those ideas and see around them. Yeah, that rings true to me, given what I'm seeing. And this approach would have us consider the limitations of a strategy for advancing racial equality that goes through the courts. So here we have two radically different ways of understanding one case and of thinking about the Constitution's authority, one that focuses on its power, right? And one that focuses on its inherent limitations. And if we're going to teach Brown as a civics lesson, can we do so without talking about some of the issues that come up when we're thinking about critical race theory, right? About the history of the United States, about the power inherent in the courts, and so on. But if we retreat from confronting these facts, which are potentially polarizing, remember the kind of bipartisan desideratum, can we truly be said to be teaching students critical thinking skills they need to be good citizens? So I think we're kind of caught in between two horns of a dilemma. Derek Bell writes that things seem to change in history when people break out of their accustomed ways of responding to domination by acting as if the constraints on them are not real and that they have the power to change things, right? For many, taking the normative framework of our shared political project to be defined by the Constitution and by where the current political climate would set it is a habit that I think is hard to break. And civic education, in my view, should disrupt that impulse. But it's hard to see how we might do that if we tether too closely to the court's interpretation of the limits of what we can accomplish, particularly with the current court. So where does this leave us? Running out of time. So I'm going to skip a bunch of things and just say that it might be that given our current political climate and given where we are in history, it still might make sense to go with something like the schoolhouse cases approach. Right. So I think it's essential that we find consensus. And it might be very well be that we cannot do better at this moment than aiming for kind of going back to basics, right? And trying to make sure that students understand their rights, the Constitution, how the courts work, and so on. And so you might think that with this approach, we are rebuilding the foundation of civic understanding that is necessary, though not sufficient, for the solidarity and civic friendship required to embark on more ambitious progressive projects. However, as I have noted, there's a risk, right? One that we can see most plainly in the legacy of Brown. Sometimes a little bit of progress can prevent us from agitating for more radical refashioning of the political project. In closing, let me just share another classroom story. So I was very fortunate to go to a great high school, and there I had a teacher named Leilani Hall. And she didn't tell us anything about roles or about political philosophy directly, but what she did have us do was this activity in which we would devise the laws for an imagined community of which the class would be a part without knowing where we would end up in society, right? She was recreating the original position. And as I remember it, my schoolmates and I were excited and engaged by this exercise, right? We would spend the entire class period talking about how we would devise such a society, what sort of protections we would want, how we would want to live together in a political community. It was obviously a formative moment for me, since here I am still thinking through those same questions. But I think it was also a model of how to engage in the kind of progressive civic deliberation necessary to move beyond the current impasse. Right, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd also like to thank the Stafford Center, Eric and Liz as organizers, and all the many people, including Emily and others, who made this conference possible. And thank Professor Driver for such a thought-provoking and interesting paper, where he's raising the critical question regarding the state of civic education in the United States and how the lack of robust civic education practices in our schools have helped to exacerbate political tensions and conflicts. He emphasizes the role, as you've heard, that an analysis of Supreme Court schoolhouse cases and a focus on those legal debates might help create an engaging and impactful civic learning for students. And while I agree wholeheartedly with this call to really think about how we study and teach civics in the United States and prepare our youth for democratic citizenship, I would suggest that there are some key considerations that need to be added to this analysis. 3 that I'm going to talk about today. The first being just a clarification of the definition of civic education and its purpose. What is the learning outcome and goal that he sees for this work in the classroom? Second, an integration of the robust literature on the best pedagogical and organizing practices for fostering youth civic engagement and civic education. And then last, taking into consideration how school context, including the profound racial, gender, and socioeconomic inequalities that exist in the United States, need to be taken into consideration when you are attempting to teach students about the US polity and their place within it. And so in terms of civic education, in the paper, it seems that there's different kinds of political work that Professor Driver sees this concept as doing. And as he mentioned in his remarks, the first is the general understanding of just civic knowledge. Do you know what the Supreme Court does? Do you know how many branches of government there are? But then later in the paper, as he mentions, when he talks about the young woman deciding that she wants to become a judge, that suggests a movement toward what he calls civically minded ambitions. I personally think civic education needs to do both things. It needs to develop a culturally competent democratic understanding of our political history and institutions, and foster a young person's engagement in those institutions. And so just as an example of a way to define civic learning in that way, John Rogers and colleagues define civic learning as, quote, a process through which young people develop the knowledge, skills, and commitments to interact effectively with fellow community members to address shared problems. It includes preparation for both civic engagement or practices seeking to promote public good through non-governmental organizations and informal community work, and political engagement or activities aiming to influence state action through formal avenues such as voting, lobbying, petitioning, or protesting. And so this is a much more robust and full definition of what civic education is for. It's not only so that people are knowledgeable about the polity, but really preparing students to be active in civic life broadly defined. So being able to engage collectively in their communities to address the problems and the issues that they care most about. And I think implicit in the conversations that we've been having in this conference, most would agree that that more robust definition is what is ideally good for the students, but also for civil society and society in general. We need people who feel that they have the power and the ability to engage much more broadly. And so Professor Driver is arguing that his student-centered civic education would not only increase civic knowledge and create these civically minded ambitions, but also that it would necessarily decrease political polarization. And I'm going to talk more about my feelings about the framing this political moment as polarized, as came up in the last session. But for this part of it, the argument is that by developing empathy for those with opposing viewpoints, that students would be able to see themselves as agents in the political process and lead to these more civic-minded outcomes and a disruption of the current polarized debate. Those are actually very different goals from a pedagogical standpoint. And so I'm going to talk about pedagogy more later. But first, I want to focus on this idea of developing empathy for opposing viewpoints by having to articulate those viewpoints. And it seems to me that the ability of the student-centered civic education model to serve these very laudable goals is limited by the fact that the framework seems to have been developed with a student who is imagined as a universal subject. What I mean by that is that there seems to be the assumption that all students, regardless of their social position in US society, need the same sort of civic education and will respond to that education in the same sort of way. So as an example, Driver mentioned students' inability to report the causes leading to the Declaration of Independence as a sign of poor civic education in the United States. But as Rogers Smith and other scholars have pointed out, the factors leading to the development of a US national identity distinct from that of Great Britain, were not the sort of taxation without representation that many of us were taught in school, but rather racial and gendered framings of US interests and needs that were in direct conflict with those of the British Empire. In other words, even the factors leading to the Declaration of Independence are not simple. And most likely, this complex understanding is not being taught to students in school. And so even one of our standard national myths is in fact contested and could be seen very differently depending on the social position a student is coming from. Another example of the universal student subject in the text is that Driver argues that his student-centered civic education foregrounds the major Supreme Court decisions that have shaped the everyday lives of students across the nation. The question is whether that's true. I would argue it's actually shaped the lives of most likely our most privileged students, because we know, and as he mentioned in his comments, many students in our public schools have their civil rights and civil liberties violated on a daily basis. They have to go through metal detectors. They get their belongings are randomly searched. Their bodies are controlled in a multiplicity of ways. And Driver provides the example of student clothing, as he talked about in his comments, but there are other more egregious limitations and restrictions on student rights every day in school. And that it's only students with a certain type of privilege who have been able to even access the courts to be able to advance those rights. They have to be able to hire a lawyer. They have to be able to articulate an argument. They have to wait years for a solution. And so the question is the degree to which all students can see themselves in those students who were able to access the courts and access the judicial system in order to make change that they wanted in our society. And so what we know from other kinds of research is that we should not expect this sort of universal response. And so thinking about how do you calibrate this pedagogy in order to take into consideration the power differential and the social stratification that exists in American society. And I want to talk a bit about effective civic pedagogy. I appreciate that Professor Driver is a law professor. Of course, that means he's not an expert in pedagogy, and I wouldn't expect him to be so. But if we're making arguments as scholars about what needs to happen in our classrooms, I think it's helpful for us to at least take seriously the scholars that have studied those practices and pedagogies in order to understand what best serves students within the context of civic education. And there is a robust literature that has explored these problems. I cannot do justice to that literature here, but the key findings for me that I think are relevant to this paper is that we know from empirical studies that teachers struggle for political reasons to hold contentious conversations in their classrooms. They worry about parents' responses, and in general are not trained in how to foster and manage contentious conversations. That reality has only become more challenging in this political moment. Students enjoy having contentious conversations, and those conversations are most effective with regard to their development of civic engagement when the structure of the classroom is more democratic, meaning that student voice and opinion are valued and not overridden by that of the teacher. But we also know that students of color and low-income students are much less likely to have the opportunity to participate in contentious conversations that are structured democratically. We also know that problem-based approaches to civic education are most effective. By problem-based, I mean that students are asked to identify a problem in their community. They can define community however they want. And then working in groups with a mentor to guide them, they are asked to study who is in charge of addressing that problem so that they can arrive at an approach for addressing it. Having students learn about federalism, jurisdictional overlap, and the role of governmental and non-governmental actors in this way gives them a much more grounded understanding of our government, its forms, its powers, and most importantly, the avenues available to them to make change about the things that they care most about. All these findings suggest that the politics and ideology that underlie each positionality in the classroom affects schools' ability to effectively engage students in their civic education. Teachers often fear topics that are seen as political. That was even before this current political moment. And they have different ideas about what the goals of civic education are. And so this makes many teachers shy away from addressing political issues within their classrooms. At a minimum, these findings urge us to consider the politics inherent in teacher preparation and school settings, both of which affect the ability of schools to effectively prepare their students for democratic citizenship. Second, in today's hyper-competitive high school classrooms, students are there to do well and get a grade. They are indoctrinated early not to contradict their teachers and to give teachers what they want to see when exam time comes. That training does not disappear in the civics classroom. And this limits students' ability to be their authentic selves in those spaces and to engage in contentious debate in the ways they need to in order to maximize the impact of these educational opportunities. One final point in relation to pedagogy, we need to remember who controls the curriculum in our public schools, which is by and large states or sub-state actors. Schooling is not a federal obligation nor a federal responsibility, which makes the idea of a presidential commission, while interesting, possibly not the most effective approach to addressing this problem. And I would argue that the controversy around the adoption and implementation of the Common Core curriculum should be a very strong cautionary tale for us in that regard. Finally, I want to spend a few moments talking about school and student context. In particular, going back to one of the comments that came up in the Q&A in the last session, is that I don't agree with how polarization is framed in this paper. In fact, if you just look at voting in the 2020 election, there was a remarkable amount of agreements on the part of non-white voters. Of course, it differs across each ethno-racial groups for important reasons in terms of which candidate they supported. White voters are in fact the voters that are the most split in terms of partisanship. Non-white voters tend to be either Democratic, they're much more likely to be Democratic or independent than they are to be Republican. And so this idea of a blue and red America, I think, is flawed if you don't consider the racialized aspects of that. Similarly, if you look at the results in the American Values Survey, anyone who hasn't seen that survey, they ask a lot of interesting questions. And in particular, in 2015, when they asked about a series of criminal justice questions, it was very clear that white respondents had a very different understanding of what was happening with the criminal justice system than whites. And there was a very distinct difference between the two of them. And so just to appreciate that polarization is by and large a white phenomenon in the United States at this moment, and that polarization then is reflected or exacerbated by the segregation. And so when people talk about segregation, there tends to be this idea that Blacks are segregated, but in fact, in the United States right now, whites are actually the most segregated group along the lines of both race and socioeconomic status. And because whites are the most ideologically polarized of any racial group in the United States, they are likely to go to school only with other whites. And because ideology and geography are connected in the United States, they are more likely to go to school with whites who are ideologically similar to them. And so if one of the goals of this student-centered civic education is to foster empathy, I don't see how that is likely to happen if the students that are involved in the debate are just like most students involved in the debate will be involved with students just like them. And so even if in the exercise they're asked to take another worldview, all of their conversations during the day in the classroom and outside of it are with people who think very much like them. And then similarly, if we think about students of color who attend high poverty schools, not that all students of color do, but those that do, demonstrating to them that students in the past, most of whom, as I mentioned, had enough privilege to access the courts and the judiciary, seeing those students is not unlikely to have any resonance with them, given the difference between that frame and the school context and lived experiences that they have. In my own research, I have found that what is most important for fostering civic engagement, again, if we think that that's what civic education is for, is an individual being shown the degree to which people like them, in other words, people who are similarly situated to them, were able to make change of whatever sort at whatever level, just having that story of someone like them making a difference matters. And that is not necessarily what a student will gain from reading of the rare instances of student activism that resulted in the support of high school student rights or student rights in general within schools. And just as an example, in California, willful defiance, which is defined as, quote, disrupting school activities or otherwise willfully defying the valid authority of school staff, was until very recently the most common justification for school suspension, even among elementary school children. The policy was recently outlawed here in California because its subjective nature made it possible for school personnel to suspend a student anytime that student said or did anything the staff person did not like. One can imagine that a student attending a school where these kinds of suspensions happen regularly would not necessarily be able to see themselves or their school context reflected in court cases upholding students' free speech rights. If those students received that content in class and attempted to exercise that speech, their most likely outcome would be suspension or some other harsh form of discipline. So we have to understand that schools' gendered and racialized enforcement of school dress codes, again, that we talked about earlier, is just yet another example of how students' lived experiences will look very different from what the law says. I'll just close by saying that the development of common schools, which later became our public schools in the United States, we need to remember coincided with removal of property restrictions on suffrage and the implementation of racial and gender restrictions instead. This was at the early 19th century. This resulted in the loss of voting rights for those few free Blacks and women who until then had had the right to vote in some states. At the time, there were concerns among US political leaders about how these unpropertied white men might vote. Therefore, they decided that the state needed to step in and educate them in order to ensure their ability to effectively and appropriately exercise the franchise. Our public schools then were created in order to teach students a common narrative about US politics and the role of the citizen within them. The legacy of that history is evident in civics and government classrooms today. Those narratives have been adjusted periodically in response to protest movements, but there has never been a national conversation about what civic education needs to look like in order to support a truly inclusive, multiracial democracy, which I would argue the United States has yet to realize. I agree that we need a national civic education conversation, but I would humbly suggest that it needs to be rooted in that exclusionary history and the profoundly unequal reality of our nation's public schools. Only by facing all our truths, the good and the bad, will we be able to teach our young people that this democracy truly is theirs and that they have both the power and the obligation to nurture and sustain it. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that those very generous and generative set of comments. I just want to say a few words. I know that we are running quite low on time, so I certainly will not be able to do justice to all of those comments. With respect to Professor Morton's comments at the beginning, I wanted to say just a couple of things. One is, I do not want students to simply venerate the existing Supreme Court constitutional doctrine. That would be a real mistake in my estimation. Indeed, I view part of the virtue of a student-centered civic model as encouraging students to think about how our constitutional order needs to be reworked in significant ways. And so, as I suggested, thinking about San Antonio Independent School District versus Rodriguez, which upholds the constitutionality of giving the very students who need the most, the least, seems to me that that would be a completely wonderful way to go. I would also suggest that there are instances where the Supreme Court has handed down a constitutional decision, and then some communities have mobilized and offered additional layers of protection to students' rights. One example of this would be the anti-Hazelwood legislation, which has come down offering student journalists more robust protections than those that were afforded in the Hazelwood versus Kuhlmeyer decision. And you have also seen some school districts and some states even say that we're not going to have strip searches here at all. And so this offers additional layers of protection to, to students. I very much am drawn to Professor Morton's idea of, in effect, starting from first principles and permitting the students to think about what the ideal constitutional order would be, say about the freedom of speech or the Fourth Amendment's prohibition on unreasonable searches and seizures in schools, and then go outward from there. One interesting idea was about the Brown versus Board of Education and what do we do? Is it possible that we are, in effect, relocating the partisan divides that exist on many of these topics and simply placing them in the school, and maybe they're reducible? One thing that occurs to me, and this certainly is connected to one of Professor Bedoya's points, is that the model of having students disagree about important matters, it seems to me, would offer teachers some important, cover to bring in contested ideas. If the model of the course is that people are going to be disagreeing, it seems to me that it would be totally legitimate to have, as a complement to, say, Brown versus Board of Education, have Professor Derek Bell's dissenting opinion. There's a book called What Brown versus Board of Education Should Have Said, and he's the sole dissenter, by the way. I think he's relatively unusual in our constitutional order, where he says we should really make equal and not worry about bringing people together. And so that could be regarded as a missing dissent, and that would be a way of introducing some of the ideas from critical race theory that are so hotly contested into a debate. So I do think that this might be a helpful model. Let me turn more squarely to Professor Bedoya's comments. I think that we are in agreement with respect to the goals of civic education. I believe that both civic knowledge and sparking civic engagement are incredibly important. I was more implicit than explicit on this front, but one of the major points about having students get together and mix it up is to encourage them to think about the ways that their society needs to be reordered. I do think that civic knowledge itself can be helpful to having people have their voices be heard. One of the interesting comments from yesterday was about who's likely to contact their congresspersons and everything. And it seems to me that having some of that knowledge can yield civic engagement. So I want to say that those two things are fused together in significant ways. The last thing I think that I would say is on the question of who's privileged, and your point is very well taken when you suggest that students need to find people who are like them in some sense. And now that term might be parsed in all sorts of different ways, right? I mean, young people would be one way, but also I would want to put a spotlight not only on the Tinkers, but also people who come from quite modest backgrounds and who have relied upon public interest lawyers in order to have their voices be heard. Folks who come from, as I say, not much money. I spoke in my remarks about the civil rights protesters in Mississippi who wanted to wear student nonviolent coordinating committee buttons to school, and their school officials said that's not educational. And there are a pair of cases that Professor Bowman has written about quite a bit that really did serve as the foundation for Tinker. These cases are called Burnside and Blackwell. And interestingly, Derek Bell, it's his day, was one of the attorneys for Blackwell. And so, you know, these are Black folks growing up in Jim Crow, Mississippi, who are really heroes, it seems to me, in the fight for students' First Amendment rights. I'll mention very briefly as well, Dwight Lopez was represented by the NAACP in Ohio. He's the named litigant for Goss versus Lopez, which is the foundational case for affording students some due process rights before they are to be suspended. There are other cases that feature people from quite modest backgrounds, including Plyler versus Doe, the case that dealt with unauthorized immigration. And Texas had a law that said you can exclude unauthorized immigrants from our nation's public schools. And this is a significant case where people really are placing their lives in the line, thanks with the support from lawyers, and helping to prevent that law from spreading like wildfire. And this is one instance where I do think that the Supreme Court's intervention has shaped the nation's public schools as a whole. While that measure started in Texas, it would not have been confined to Texas, including the great state of California adopted a similar measure, and it was invalidated by a district court judge because of the existence of Plyler versus Doe and Mr. Humberto Alvarez, who really did use his voice in order to issue a decision that I really admire and has allowed many, many people to receive an education who otherwise would have been denied one. And it's these sorts of debates that I would like to have happen in our public schools. It's true that we have all sorts of divided schools because we have divided societies. I do think, though, that this certainly is not going to fix that, but having people articulate views, even if they may disagree with those views, is a way of making sure that ideas do appear in the classroom, even if the classroom is heavily weighted toward one side of a constitutional decision or the other. So, but thank you for the very helpful set of comments, and I know there are others who have questions.
Thank you. Over to Eric and Liz.
Terrific. Thank you so much for these next set of excellent papers and comments. I'm going to bring in Sigal Ben-Parath and then Andre Leduc for our next set of questions.
Thank you. Thank you for really great conversations so far. I'm very sympathetic to the curricular ideas that Professor Driver recommends, as well as to the commission's idea, which I think a presidential commission is a great way of providing some guidance across the very diverse governance structure of the nation's public schools. I think this curriculum that you were recommending actually really could work pretty well with the pedagogical vision that we were trying to offer last night regarding competition and cooperation. But I remain worried about one aspect, which is the teachers that we haven't spoken too much about so far, except for the second commentator. And I wonder how teachers would manage enacting this kind of curriculum, given that many of the cases pit students and teachers against each other. And so teachers might have a hard time navigating the discussion, not to mention, as Professor Morton notes, it might be hard to ensure community support for this curriculum because it might be perceived as partisan. So I wonder how you're thinking about teacher training and support in this regard. And thanks again.
That's a very helpful point. It certainly is true that teachers are not going to be, sort of constitutional law experts, and one could well imagine some teachers believing that, say, Tinker was incorrectly decided, and that students should not enjoy First Amendment protections. And if that were the view, that person would find support in high places. Indeed, Justice Clarence Thomas says that students should have no First Amendment rights whatsoever. He articulated these views in the Bong Hits for Jesus case. which is called Morse versus Frederick as a formal matter. You know, I think that teachers can, when they are dealing with some older students, bring these ideas to the fore and allow students to debate them. When I have visited students in my capacity as supervising this program in New Haven, one of the things that's been most remarkable to me is that the students are often expressing ideas that are relatively sympathetic to the school administrators, rather than sort of saying, it's gotta be, you know, teacher, protect a student's rights no matter what. Indeed, the school that I went to, there was a discussion where people were talking about the Fourth Amendment and the metal detectors that exist in this school. And I would have thought that many of the students would say these metal detectors are an outrage and a violation of our Fourth Amendment rights. And many of them said either it's no big deal, or, you know, we sort of, you know, it's okay, and we sort of like would prefer it rather than not have it. And so I do think that there is, again, a reflexive belief that you know, students are going to be trying to go to the hilt no matter what on what students' rights are. And in my own experience, and this was true when I taught these cases in, I don't know, 1997 or 1998, that students were not sort of as articulating as robust a conception of students' rights as I would, for one, actually like to see them promote. But thanks for the question. I don't know if Professor Morton or Professor Bedoya have anything on this matter.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in quickly, just though to remind us. So for example, my first book, I did research in East Los Angeles, and I talked to high school seniors in Garfield High School. And they talked about what people call now the normalcy of carcerality, right? So when they talked about their day-to-day lives, they were regularly stopped by police. They were regularly shipped, you know, frisked. They were regularly had their cars. So if you think about the student's reaction to the metal detector, it could also just be, this is normal. And the reason they weren't outraged by it was because it happened to everybody. So in some sense, it was egalitarian because everybody in their neighborhood was under the same situation. So that's why I think just thinking deeply about the school context and then how it frames then even your universe of possibility in terms of political engagement has to be taken into consideration if what we want to do is to get those students to feel they actually have both the power, the capacity, and the right to believe something different.
Great. Next is Andre.
Listening to the wonderful presentation and the comments, I kept being reminded of Sandy Levinson's invocation of the New Yorker cartoon of the view of America from Manhattan, and his warning that we need to be careful about having an incomplete or distorted vision of the Constitution. It seemed to me that a student-centered program like this has a significant risk of creating a myopic view of the Constitution. And it also seems to me, one, any understanding of the Constitution is probably better than what we have today. So maybe we don't care. And maybe the pedagogical payoff of getting the students interested because it's stuff they care about outweighs the cost. But if we do care about having a more complete, balanced understanding of the Constitution, can you marry this approach with something that does that? What do you think?
Great question, and I appreciate the shout out to my old friend, Professor Sandy Levinson. I was lucky enough to work with him at the University of Texas for 5 very happy years, and I have a great amount of admiration for him. As to the question of myopia, I think that we could treat students' constitutional rights as, in effect, a sort of gateway into thinking about some of these larger constitutional questions. And I should say that I'm speaking here in no small part from personal experience. I think that many students are just perhaps somewhat overwhelmed about thinking about the separation of powers as being something completely disconnected from their own lives. That, and maybe one of the reasons that we see folks not having a great grasp on the 3 branches of government is because we're starting at too high a level of abstraction. And so I do think, as I tried to suggest during my open remarks, that thinking about students' constitutional rights, that should not be the sum total of what students encounter during the course of their civic education. But I do think it can effectively serve as a foundation for thinking about some of these larger constitutional questions. As I suggested, there are strong, or at least there are similarities between students' constitutional rights and the constitutional rights with respect to the Bill of Rights and the 14th Amendment in non-school settings. And I do think that after one gets students to be interested, that, say, learning about the Hazelwood versus Kuhlmeier decision could lead to very helpful discussions about federalism, or thinking about flag burning and ideas about patriotism, measures that Congress has offered and states have offered. And so you need to start from somewhere. And this seems like as promising a place for students as any other that I can think of.
Great, thank you. In the interest of time, because we are once again, too many great questions for the amount of time that we have, I'm going to group our last set together. So we're going to have Min Lee, then Mira Levinson, John Wallach, and I think Steve Macedo, if there's time, would also like to get in there, but we'll see if we can squeeze everyone in. So go ahead, Min, you're first.
Oh, thank you, Liz. Can you hear me, Justin?
Yeah, yes, I can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Justin, for your very persuasive and compelling presentation. I just wanted to ask whether student-centered civic education might be constructively expanded to include and to teach students cases of their agency beyond the courts. So I have in mind, for instance, how recently Virginia young Democrats and young Republicans actually cooperated to persuade the legislature to pass a law which took into effect July 1st this year, that would allow both middle school and high school students one excused absence a year to attend a civic or political event such as a protest. And another example would be Gregory Watson, a college student's successful effort at the University of Texas, Austin, to pass the 27th Amendment to the Constitution back in 1992, prohibiting members of Congress from raising their own pay before an election for the House of Representatives intervened. So I was wondering, channeling Larry Kramer's popular constitutionalism, if we could supplement student-centered civic education with teaching students cases outside of, in addition to the judiciary, but also the legislature.
Hi, am I don't remember if I'm next.
Yes, sorry, go ahead, Mira.
Great, okay, sorry. So I agree that organizing some civics classes around student-centered court cases could be totally engaging. I do want to sort of push claims that I think both Jen and Lisa were making about the risk. I know, Justin, that you said that you weren't trying to teach the Supreme Court and their decisions as being, amazing and beyond critique. But on the other hand, there are certain decisions that clearly say, like Plyler, right, you really like. And we might be concerned in a classroom, in fact, to have kids debating Plyler, in some ways, right? Particularly because that could have really, really negative consequences for some kids. Most kids who are themselves undocumented or have undocumented family members are not actually known to be undocumented by their peers and often by their schools for understandable reasons, right? They don't share that information. And so, I think there are questions about what it is that we would want to treat as open to debate and what it is that we wouldn't, right? So Diana Hess, writes about Korematsu, that it used to be that you were really progressive if you had students debate Korematsu, because before that, it was obvious that it was the right choice to, incarcerate Japanese Americans for American safety. But now it's actually obviously inappropriate to have kids debate whether Korematsu was rightly decided, because we just recognize that it's like a violation of all sorts of values, right? So I think so that's one thing that I wanted to push on. And then the other thing is, I want to push what Lisa was saying about the Presidential Commission. I think, being a totally wrong approach for curricular reform and for teachers training, because nothing gets decided about educational practice at the federal level, and the things that get perceived as being decided at the federal level, as Lisa was talking about with the Common Core, then get terrible pushback. And so if you actually care about getting this curriculum into schools, you will go nowhere near any sort of presidential commission. Instead, you'll partner with Street Law, you'll partner with Facing History and Ourselves, you'll partner with University of Wisconsin or Berkeley or Michigan and their teacher training programs. You'll do a whole bunch of bottom-up things. You'll send things to districts that they can use. You'll offer summer training programs for teachers. Anything but suggesting that you have a federal mandate behind you.
All right, and I think a nice segue from Mira's great points is John Wallach has a question now.
Thank you. Yes, I will piggyback on that, and then I'll ask a more general question for all three panelists. For Professor Driver, you mentioned the inherent value of teaching various Supreme Court decisions as part of a student-centered civic education, and I wonder if it has that value. And particularly because when you're discussing items from history, you need to understand their context. You need to understand what's driving the formation. And the way in which you talked about it seemed to extract decisions from their context. And we need to recognize, don't we, that the history of the Supreme Court in the United States is not one that most of us feel very fuzzy towards. If you think of Dred Scott and Plessy and Lochner and Schenck and Abrams and Korematsu and Dennis. So is it really necessary or is it really true that a discussion of Supreme Court decisions is inherently valuable for civics education? The second question is more towards everybody on the panel, and it refers to what kinds of constraint do you imagine exist on political conversation and civic education in the high school environment as opposed to the college environment or society more generally? It seems like we generally accept the fact that there are certain constraints that exist there that we don't need to put into place elsewhere, but I wondered how you understand them, each of you.
And I'm not sure whether Steve Mesita wants to take his prerogative as outgoing president to jump in here, or if we want to leave it with that.
I put myself on the queue long before these others, so it's not so much a matter of prerogative. But let me just say, I think there's a big difference between a constitution-centered approach and a court-centered approach. We should recognize that the Constitution gets interpreted outside the courts, and the Constitution belongs to the citizens, not just to the courts. The political right recognizes this. The Tea Party and the Oath Keepers and so on believe that they have the right to interpret the Constitution. They do so against elites. I think progressives surrender a very powerful civic tool by not recognizing that, first of all, the Constitution aspires to justice, and we ought to be interpreting it in light of our best understanding of justice. And secondly, that citizens are interpreters in their capacity as citizens and through political action as civil disobedience and in all kinds of other ways. So I agree with both Jennifer and Justin, but think that a Constitution-centered approach that focuses on aspirations and citizens' role would be a way of bridging their disagreements.
That's a very rich set of comments. I'll try to speak very quickly before I pass it over to my colleagues. On the last point, I am in complete agreement that it's very important in a class on constitutional interpretation to note that there have been non-justices that have certainly made important claims on the Constitution that are outside of the judicial sphere. I think about Frederick Douglass and his sort of magnificent interpretations of the Constitution as being anti-slavery in the 1850s. And that's part of our constitutional tradition that's worthy of honoring. I'm taking these in reverse order. With respect to context, and this is John Wallace's point, I think, of course, the context matters quite a great deal. Indeed, my book, The Schoolhouse Gate, makes a great effort toward trying to contextualize the underlying students' decisions. your decisions that you invoked are what we would regard as anti-canonical opinions, right? Thinking about Dred Scott and Lochner and Plessy versus Ferguson. And those cases also belong in part of our sort of constitutional tradition. And are worthy of course, critique and condemnation. That takes me to Mayura's helpful point about some things no longer being contested. Some people, of course, would regard Brown versus Board of Education as no longer being contested or as whether it's good law or not. Of course, Professor Derek Bell would beg to differ on this front as to whether one can say that this is off limits. I do absolutely hear you that say talking about Plyler versus Doe may make some people feel uncomfortable. Nevertheless, I think that these sorts of debates are happening in schools. And the question is whether they are going to happen in a classroom with a teacher present, or whether they're only going to happen sort of on the, in the cafeteria or on the playground. And the last point, which was the first point, yes, I wholeheartedly endorse not just focusing on the constitutional rights of students as adjudicated in courts, but also thinking about people making claims in the legislative sphere, which is why I was talking about sort of the anti-Hazelwood legislation and the legislation that has said you can't have strip rights, and that would be strip searches in schools, and that would be a way of motivating students to have their voices be heard, not of course only in courts, which is for the rare few, but not just courthouses, but also in state houses. And it seems to me that that would be a valuable way to go.
Sure, I'll jump in here and
Just
this.
one minute
I'll
comments
just
from our
make a
panel.
comment about, I think the context, and part of what I was trying to push is imagining some of these cases being taught in different sorts of classrooms, right? So I've taught issues around, for example, race and affirmative action in classrooms where it's majority white, majority middle class students. When I was at CUNY, majority minority students, working class students, and you really see such different dynamics in terms of what gets thought of as an open question, as a closed question, what students are comfortable with talking about. So race, when I was teaching at UNC, very difficult to get students to say anything because they're so afraid of saying the wrong thing. And I can imagine an instructor, right, in like a majority white school who themselves might be white, being very nervous about how to bring in a perspective like Derek Bell's perspective into the classroom, right? Or something like that. So I think if we imagine this in our current kind of divided society, I think that's where it might be a little bit harder to see. And I like the comment about the kind of the New Yorker cartoon, right? That you're going to get these very different views of what these cases look like, and even what the Constitution looks like, depending on the classroom we have. But then I still think it might be a really good kind of first step.
And I'll just end by thanking everyone for a great conversation. And I want to bring you back to a high school classroom. They are awkward. So they're the political constraints I talked about. They're the social constraints. They're very afraid of being the odd person out so all the social dynamics that are happening in high school are going to be part of. So we tend to talk about these classrooms as these like open spaces where students, can start over, and you have to remember they're sitting on top of 12 years of being told when to go to the bathroom, when to go play, when to go read, when to go this, and where they are not encouraged to speak out in any way. And they're trying to figure out their social lives. They're trying to figure out themselves. And then you have the political constraints on teachers, and then the curricular constraints that they're having to jam in all of these things that the state government says need to be taught. So I just want to remind folks how hard it is to be in high school, how repressive. I say this as a mother of an 11th grader right now. The high school context is writ large, and how hard it is then to expect students to engage in a civics conversation in the kinds of ways that I think really, really want them to, given all of the socialization that they bring with them and just how little joy they have in their day-to-day lives about education, period, which is sad, but I think true across this country.
Well, that's a sobering but appropriate note on which to end. Thank you so much. And thank you, Justin, Jennifer, and Lisa. And thanks also to Eric and Elizabeth for a terrific meeting, and to everyone who's participated. As I've mentioned, we need to have a 1-minute business meeting, which we are going to do. Council members can raise their hands to vote. First, we need you to vote in favor of approving our new slate of officers, David Estland, Anita Allen, and Anna Stilts. Please just use the raise hand function. Eric, Tommy, Jim, raise your hand. You're on the council. Tommy was there. Yasmin, I think, 4 panelists. Great. Okay. The motion is approved. And now we need to approve the treasurer's report. Again, please just raise your hands. Excellent, 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 excellent. So the treasurer's report is approved. Let us now repair to the Zoom cocktail for which you received a separate Zoom link in the general announcement. Jim Fleming, would you like to say anything in closing?
Steve, tell them the cocktail hour will be a Zoom meeting, so it'll be more interactive than a Zoom webinar.
Okay, it will be a Zoom meeting. It'll be more interactive than a Zoom webinar, as Jim has just said. So please don't be put off by this rather one-sided format. All right, folks. Anything else to say, Elizabeth, Eric, anyone else? No.
Just chiming in with our thanks to our amazing panelists and to our audience. We know this is a clunky format, and we really appreciate people bringing their ideas and energy despite the limitations of the Zoom format.
Okay.
Also, just to say, I really look forward to the volume that they're going to publish, which will include these papers and perhaps a few others.
Okay, excellent. Eric, thank you. Final word.
Thank Alex. Alex has been
Yes,
behind the
thanks,
scenes the whole
Alex.
time doing all this work. We appreciate it, Alex. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. All right, folks. We'll see you soon elsewhere in Zoom world. Bye-bye.